Bylaw Reviews and Policy Committee meeting for Tuesday, October 18th, 2022. Thanks to our trustees and staff for your attendance tonight, and for the members of the public who are joining us this evening via our YouTube channel. We do have Trustee Sean Xavier has sent his regrets. Trustee Frank DeCosla, Trustee Daryl D'Souza, and Student Trustee Dea Sicoli have not logged in yet, but all of our other trustees are present. So just a reminder, if everyone can please keep their devices or their phones on mute. And as we go through the agenda this evening, we've got a very, very full agenda. I'll be asking for those opposed rather than all of those in favor. So we begin the item A2. We acknowledge our First Nation sacred territory, that this electronic meeting is taking place on the sacred territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, and we thank them for being stewards of this land. Item A3 is our opening prayer. It can be found on page 3 of your agenda. So you can say this to yourself while your device is on mute. And we begin with the sign of our faith in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, you inspired your servant, St. Luke, the evangelist and physician, to set forth in the gospel the love and the healing power of your Son. In faithfully detailing the humanity of Jesus, he also showed the divinity of Jesus and his genuine compassion for all human beings. May St. Luke intercede for us that we may deepen our understanding of the gospel and grow in compassion of Jesus. May his intercession enable our Dufferin Peel community to follow your way and plan for us. We ask this through our Lord Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns with you and the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Okay, item A4A is the approval of the agenda. So there was several taupe sheets, several versions sent out to trustees this evening. I will walk you through some of the changes. So there's 4 documents with track changes that'll be replaced. So procedural bylaw, GAP 108, GAP 552, and GAP 511.01. There was distributed item D1, the delegation presentation this evening. There's a correction to the title, new policy 39.00, keeping children safe, duty to report. We've had some reordering, so reorder of H10 moved to M5A. We've reordered H11, then becomes H10. We've reordered H12, which becomes H11, and distributed M4A moves to M5B. So are there any other revisions to tonight's agenda? So hearing none, seeing none. So I need a motion to approve tonight's agenda as amended.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Mario Pascucci has moved. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Item M4A, there's no calendar items. Item A5 is a declaration of interest. Are there any declarations of interest this evening? Seeing none, no declarations of interest. Item A6 is approval of the minutes of the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee for May 24th, 2022. And
So I move, Thomas.
Thank you, Trustee Thomas has moved. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. So there's no pastors' remarks this evening. There's no awards and presentations. So we move on to item D. We do have a delegation this evening on policy 4.01, Catholic School Councils, by Mike Brunetto. And just for trustees' reference, this policy has already been included on tonight's agenda item in your item H3 when we get to that later for your consideration. So we do have our delegate here this evening, correct?
Yes, I'm here.
He's there. Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Brunetto. So as mentioned, there is one delegation. So the formal submission by Mr. Mike Brunetto can be found on page 13 in your agenda package. Policy 4.01, Catholic School Councils. The PowerPoint slides have been sent to trustees in advance as per our tope sheet. Prior to this delegation, can I have someone move receipt? Trustee Bruno Iannica, thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. All right, Mr. Brunetto, so I'd like to welcome you this evening to and thank you for joining us and for the opportunity to make your delegation for our board's policy and bylaw committee meeting for October 18th, 2022. So Mr. Brunetto, I'll review the rules and I'll read you our process as it relates to all delegations at the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and this will be timed, and we will signal you when there's 1 minute remaining. We've asked Trustee and Vice Chair Thomas, who's with us this evening. He will keep the time for you. If you intend to use or begin to use the name or the title or the position of a staff member or any personal or other information with respect to the member of a board, committee, or a pupil, or his or her parents or guardians, I will have to rule that you must address the committee or the board of trustees in an in-camera session. Delegates are welcome to be critical of board decisions and make submissions with respect to recommendations or decisions. However, delegates should refrain from negative, critical, derogatory comments about any identifiable person. So, Mr. Brunetto, once you've completed your presentation this evening, our trustees will be given an opportunity to ask you questions of clarification to your presentation. Sure. And once those questions of clarification from trustees are complete, then your role in delegation will be concluded. And at that point, trustees may debate the issue. They may ask questions of staff. You will be able to log into the board's YouTube channel and view the remainder of the meeting from there as a member of the public. It is important to remember that there's no decision that will be made on this issue tonight. Before we begin, do you have any questions at this time regarding the rules or the process that based on your delegation and what I've just mentioned?
No, thank you.
Perfect. So the 5-minute timer will start when you begin, and Trustee Thomas
Yes.
will be keeping track for us. Thank you. So Mr. Brunetto, please proceed with your delegation. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. I just want to make sure everyone can see the slide. Is it working properly?
Yes,
okay, great.
Looks great.
So yeah, I'll just take a few seconds just to introduce myself. So thank you for welcoming me. This is actually a pleasure to be on the call with everyone. My wife and I, my family live out in Caledon. We came from Brampton as well. I have 2 boys. Both my boys have been in the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board system since they were in kindergarten, and I got one that's gone to university now. And I have my second one who's in a planning for independence group. So great experiences, and that's the story of my 2 boys. In the community, I'm serving, I have served at 2 different churches. I sit on the parent council committees ever since my kids were in elementary, and I'm still doing that now in high school at St. Michael's in Caledon. So I'm the active chair there as well. I'm the active parish rep. And I'm also working with town officials locally to work on programs for kids with special needs. So thank you. So I just want to go through quickly the reason why I'm here is to ask for consideration on revising the current parent council positions and to explore the opportunity to add an inclusive focus role that represents our exceptional learners, parent community, and especially our support workers in our schools as well. I'm looking to ensure that we have an opportunity to promote additional awareness and inclusion, and especially celebrations. This is a proposal to enhance the current school council by adding a special education, could be a diplomat, a representative, an ambassador. Those are just some ideas that I just put on paper. And just further, I was thinking that this also would be to offer the opportunity for a parent forum that brings advice and subject matter information to our current councils This addition could help support the Board of Trustees in making informed decisions after we look at our minutes and things that are happening in our various schools that could bring, well-being of our schools and the exceptional learners. Why do we think this role is important to the board and to the students? I put some bullets here just to collect information from my peers and feedback and observation. I believe that we're in a period of rebuilding that requires us to have additional effort in preserving identity, value, and life-lasting impacts that our exceptional learners, our exceptional support workers have on the curriculum and the community. I think that this also will bring solidarity and true and accountable post-secondary transition with empathy and compassion for exceptional learners into the trusted hands of community partners. Also, there's an opportunity to grow the relationship between the home, school, and parish through integrated celebrations. We are doing this as well with the parish rep role, but I think this is important that something of an inclusive and integrated role would do that as well. And there's one bullet that I don't have on the slide that I think is extremely important, is that I believe that this type of role will reduce the exposure and the impact that we sustain from bullying and mental health challenges. When you have someone in the community can bring things together, I think it will help. I'm going to run out of time soon, but the last slide is a bunch of suggestions on what this role could do. But I wanted to just highlight things like participate on SEAC meetings, work alongside with our pastors to promote integration and inclusion in our church and communities, attend OAPC meetings, work with the partners in our parent councils, and also just to act as a supporting liaison for educational workers, planning independence programs to ensure voices of parents and students are heard. And lastly, I just put a slide up there as I looked at the bylaw. I saw that there's obviously the roles that you see on the outside on the screen. There's two boxes there, like other council officers and additional community reps. In my experience, I haven't particularly seen those two roles used, but I think the inclusion rep or diversity rep is something that would be a great addition to bring people and students together. Thanks, everyone. I really appreciate you allowing me to speak on this behalf, and I'll open to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Brunetto, and for your presentation this evening. Do trustees have questions?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
For our delegate. Okay, so I'll start a list here. So I've got Trustee Mario Piscucci. I think I saw Bruno, Trustee Bruno Ainika. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, why don't we start there? So Trustee Mario Piscucci, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Sir, thank you very much for your presentation. That's much appreciated. It's interesting that about less than a month ago, I was approached by a young individual who was to a local school, and she was suggesting also having a seat designated for someone to recognize the need for a voice for special needs and what have you, including, if you will, working within games and things of that nature. So what you're saying is actually very timely. I just want to say thank you for bringing it out. I appreciate it.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Mario Piscucci. Were you finished? Perfect. Trustee Bruno Ainika?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just if I could, Mr. Brunetto, or if I could call you Mike.
Please.
Please. How does this differ than, I know that, we've sat on SEAC numerous times, and you're also an alternate member, if my memory serves me correctly. If not, my apologies. But how does this differ? How does this differ? How does this role differ from the roles that are played on the rules that are at SEAC?
It's a great question, Bruno. Thanks. I think that there's a lot going on. Like when I'm in the community and I hear from people, are they attending, parents actually, are you attending SEAC meeting? Do you know what they are about? Because I do believe there's a lot of good work having been sitting on those committees. And I find that there's an education piece that's missing. I think there's a lot of families that would benefit by either getting information that's coming out of SEAC, coming out of OAPC, coming out of the CCCSC, that is not making its way to the parent council. So I'm wondering if this could be a conduit role that would be able to get information and raise awareness to parents that there are folks in the board, in the groups that are working on, inclusion programs, special education for our kids, that I'm not quite sure it's making its way to that forum. I'm hoping that something like this will bring it all together.
Would not the organizations, and I speak from chairing it, so if I'm off base, I'm all open for to be put back on course. But the organizations that are at SEAC, are they not responsible to relay that information back to their constituents for all intents and purposes? I'm just trying to find, what I don't want to do, Mike, is I don't want to see a duplication of effort where an effort is already being made. And as you know, the staff at SEAC do phenomenal presentations, and
Absolutely.
Parents are invited, and parents are the general public, as you know, at the very near the end, not the very end, but near the end, after committee is asked for any questions that they have or any things that they want to bring up, questions from from the general public, not specifically about their children, because I'm wondering if you see this different in sitting on a council at the school where they raise issues about their child. I personally don't see that, because I think that personally that should be done through the principal, through the supervisory officer. That's just me. That's just my opinion, because I think it would get away from the focus of what you're trying to do. If we were now to move personal, and I hate to use the word agenda, but personal interest at that meeting, which is really not the appropriate place. My feeling, again, is through the teacher, the principal, the supervisory officer. I'm just trying to get where you want to head with this. Again, when Trustee Pascucci originally raised it, that particular night, a number of items were raised for staff to take back. And I don't know if you were at the last SEAC meeting where there was a number of issues that were discussed, and subsequently I raised them at the board meeting the following meeting. So can you help me distinguish on what the actual role would be?
Yeah, I'll try and answer that in three pieces, Bruno. So I think the main idea I'm trying to grab here is just to find a median of what this particular role could and should be. And the second thing is, when you think of like in a church council, there's all these different roles, whether it be treasurer or be chair, but the main crust in the church is to evangelize, right? Is to bring people to the church, is to bring them to Christ. And I think the same thing needs to happen at school. I find through the evolution of, working in the special needs area, is when you're in elementary and the children are younger, it's a lot easier to cling to those children. But I find that as we get to like grade 6 and grade 7 and 8, the situation changes, the social environment changes. By the time you get into high school, it's sort of like there's a need for us to stay together. So I do agree with you. There are some things in the bullets that maybe need to be left formally with the school administration, but I'm more after integration, awareness, information sharing, something that a treasurer couldn't do or a secretary couldn't do, or APSI rep has different roles, something that brings the kids included, especially the special needs community as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I agree wholeheartedly with you with the special ed portion, because that obviously is missing, and Trustee Mario Pascucci had raised that at the meeting from a discussion that he had with parents. Is it? I need to understand, Mike, if I could. Is it 6, 7, 8, 9 to 12, or is it 9 to 12? Because I got two distinct messages in your conversation or your presentation. So can you help me with that, please?
Yeah, so I would say at the elementary, it's important to keep that connection. That inclusion is key. 6, 7, and 8, yes. But at high school, it gets even more important because especially kids who have special needs, they don't get to walk home like our mainstream kids do. There are different needs that they have, and I think it's important for the kids in the mainstream just to recognize that audience, because that will make them be better people. I see kids that work with special needs. I see them that have family members who are, and they are gifted people. They grow up to be very responsible and very energetic and very empathetic to both mainstream and special needs. So I remember, Bruno, one of my dear pastors, Father Vito, back in the years, he used to say to me, we need to have children like your son and other kids in the system because they teach us things and they remind us things and they remind us of the good people that we need to be. And so those are the type of things that, as we do the formal awareness, having that education that continues to grow in the parent council role, I think would help.
And if I could just elaborate a little bit on the previous meeting, and the director indicated that she would look into it. And I know that our staff have a meeting. The SEAC committee forwarded, I believe it was 6 half-hour snippets of inclusion for special children that learn differently. And they were going to meet actually either today or tomorrow, one of these 2 days, to see how it actually works, and us being able to, if we are able to, incorporate it to get exactly what you're talking about. As you know, this has been a point of conversation with SEAC for the longest time.
Long time.
It's
yes.
It's not new.
Not new.
But I will tell you, the last meeting with some of the requests that trustees had of staff, it kind of moved significantly, and we've moved forward now with those videos per se, and to investigate exactly what you were talking about, as well as, because I had talked at SEAC about children, coming home and talking to their parents about what they did. Well, one of the parents rightfully said, well, that's great if they have that opportunity, like if they have that capacity.
Yeah. Yes.
So we're looking also at something different for the children that learn differently. So there's so much going on. I just don't want to, I want to be straight with what you're looking for and augmenting that, but not, because if I have 3 children in a school, for the sake of an argument, and they all have they learn differently because of 3 different reasons, now what? So I'm just trying to figure out where you want to go with it, and you've kind of helped me with that, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, and Bruno, I just like to ensure that we continue to put these important topics at top of mind, and that they're always on our parent council agendas as well, in addition to SEAC, of course. But just things like how do you broaden opportunities in the community? Several years we did an inclusive mass in the community. It was run through the church, and our target audience was our family of schools. We opened it up to mainstream children. We opened it up to their parents. It had nothing to do with personally identifiable cases or information or people. It was more about how to draw us all into one community and stay as a community as we move from elementary to high school.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Ainika. Do we have any other questions of the delegate? So I'm not seeing any, and I don't believe I have any other questions in the chat. So thank you, Mr. Bernetta. So we're now at the end of our speakers list. So your role in the delegation this evening is concluded. So I'll ask you to leave the live meeting at this time. However, as I mentioned, you're more than welcome to log on to the board's YouTube channel if you wish, and you can continue viewing tonight's meeting with the public. But thank you again for joining us this evening.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me, and have a great night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, do we have any questions of staff?
I do, Madam Chair. It's Mario.
Okay. Mario. Any other trustees have questions? Okay, go ahead, Trustee Mario Piscucci.
Through to staff, through the director, if we implement something down the road, and looking at H3 coming as well, when could we implement it at school level? Can we do it for January?
Through the chair's reference by trustee Mario Piscucci, it is that policy is coming forward in H3 because it was a request of a trustee to bring it forward for
Yes.
consideration of inclusion of that. First of all, it's got to go through that process, but I would also suggest that if there is a desire to include that kind of a role on the local Catholic school councils, I think it would be wise for staff to be able to take that back and put together a report or something for trustees identifying what that role would be. We need to really clarify that role. I think we heard this evening, we want to make sure that there isn't duplication. We have other structures within the organization that were established for those very purposes.
Excellent. Thank you. So when H3 comes up, we can go further on it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Director.
Thank you, Trustee Piscucci. And I saw a hand for Trustee Ianica and then Trustee Ana De Silva as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, I would appreciate if staff could have a look at it, because my worry is, one, we have enough challenges trying to get a hold of parents to attend council or be a participant on council. I mean, I'm all for it. My worry would be that we may not, have that success. But I won't determine that that's going to be unsuccessful. But I as explained, Marianne, I'm a little bit worried about SEAC and the new role and how would that play and what would that role actually be defined. And because I don't want to have two rudders in the water, one going this way and the other going the other way. And I'd like it to be very clear that SEAC has their role and this is what it is. Excuse me. And this membership has this role and this is what it is. So if staff could prepare something, I don't know if it's going to be January. I mean, I'll let staff kind of, for me anyway, determine what the best time frame is. I think in most cases, in dealing with a lot of the SEAC committee members, knowing that this is coming up and being discussed, it's a hurrah moment, right? And see what they think about it as well, but also say we're not sure what the true role would be, but staff is going to bring back a report, and then maybe, Marianne, if I could share that report after trustees have a look at it with SEAC to have that conversation and have their input into it as well. Does that sound fair?
To the chair, yes.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Ianica. I have Trustee Ana De Silva next.
Hi, yes, thank you very much, Trustee Corbett. Madam Chair, I'm wondering, I just want to clarify some things. I know that the council's able to, through bylaws, set up different positions that they may wish to have on council, and each council has the ability to discuss and set up additional positions. And I was just wondering, would the position of this kind be something that a council could on their own identify and then select someone to represent council? And number two, if that were the case, would they be able to participate without any special requirements at a CSAC, not a CSAC, a SEAC meeting on behalf of that particular council through the chair.
Through the chair. So first question first around whether or not schools through their local bylaws could establish this type of position. Like currently, the way in which we've established the bylaws for the entire system, it really just identifies very specific representative positions such as the parish rep. So we would not want to see that happen because it's going to bring some inconsistency. We would prefer to do this through policy. To that question. To your second question around if such a position occurred on one of those on one of our school councils, what would their relationship be to SEAC? Well, currently a SEAC meeting is open to the public, but that doesn't mean that they participate in the meeting. And again, we'd have to ensure that we're navigating what this potential role looks like and what this potential position looks like and what role it has and what connection it has to structures that have already been established.
Thank you. So the individual who was presenting stated that the reason for the role was to bring information back to their council meetings. And I think that, that's a noteworthy situation and certainly a noteworthy position to have. And, however, I am concerned about the fact that in some councils, it's really even hard to get an OAPC, people to fill all the current positions. So I wouldn't want to put a burden on any council to have to do so. So that is the concern that I have because every school is different, obviously. And some schools have more interest and maybe they, have members who are interested in doing such a service. In others, they may not have enough people and many people are doing multiple positions. So I would be concerned if we would create a position that we then need to fill, that every council then needs to fill or feel obligated to fill. That also brings us to another point in that we're now looking at, an additional evening for a school council member to participate and in some other event. And so I think there will be challenges with this position in some schools. So I would like staff, I think it's a great idea that staff take it back and review it. But to consider that and maybe do some type of a survey to see whether other councils agree. I wouldn't want to do this just for one particular school. I do believe, though, that if the school has an interest in doing so, that they could certainly create, I know you wouldn't want to do that, Marianne, and I understand why, but if they really have an interest, there is a possibility of their going ahead and having a representative who sits and listens at SEAC meetings and brings back reports. But then they would be limited to observing rather than participating. But my understanding from what our delegates stated, it didn't sound like the delegate wanted a person in position that was going to be actually interacting in the meeting. I may be wrong, but that was what I understood from the delegate. So those are my comments around that. And then the other comment I have is, I know that a lot of these positions that we currently have are mandated by the Ministry of Education. And so I'm just wondering, do we need to also go through the Ministry of Education if we were to set up a new position on CSAC? I'm sorry, on Catholic school councils?
Or is it enough for that to Superintendent Brunton, who's been overseeing this portfolio?
Yeah, so thank you. And through the chair, Trustee De Silva is correct. There are 5 mandated positions according to the regulation 612. in which all parent involvement committees must have sitting as part of their members. We do have, just in terms of communication and how that process works to the broader parent community, we do have a member on CSAC who sits on SEAC, and they attend the regular monthly SEAC meetings, and this member then would bring back the information from SEAC to the next meeting of the CSAC members. And as we all know, those members who attend CSAC are the representatives from all of our family of schools. So those regular chairs who attend CSAC meetings would then take that information and share that with all the chairs in their respective family of schools. And that's how information has been previously communicated with our local Catholic school councils.
Well, thank you very much. So that to me suggests that we do have a position whereby we have parent representation and who are participating in SEAC. And perhaps there's an issue around communications going back to the schools from the reps that we could improve upon rather than maybe set up a new position. And I'm not saying we shouldn't, I'm just saying if it came to the point where, you know, it wasn't logical to set up that position, that we could reinforce what we currently have and make sure that that information is flowing back to the to our school councils. So thank you very much for that information.
Trustee De Silva, were you done?
I'm done. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else have any questions? So seeing no other questions, I do want to mention Trustee Daryl D'Souza did enter the meeting at 7:04, and if our recorder Cindy could please note that in the minutes. Just didn't want to interrupt the discussion this evening, but welcome, Trustee D'Souza. Okay, we're going to move on. Item E in the agenda, updates, information, reports from trustees for receipt. Item E1 is regular reports. Do we have any regular reports? Seeing none. Item E2 is good news items. Are there any good news items? Seeing none. Okay. Item F, there are no updates, information, reports from committees for receipt. And item G, there are no updates, information, reports from administration for receipt. So we now move on to item H1. So hold on your hats. Here we go. Page 14. So policy 0.00 is the procedural bylaw, will be presented by Council Beck. So back to you, Director Mazzarato.
Through the chair, before we turn it over to Council Beck, can I ask for receipt?
Yep. Who would like to move receipt?
Receipt, Madam Chair.
Trustee Stefano Pascucci, move to receipt. Thank you very much. Any opposed? Hearing none. Carried. Off to you, Council Beck.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, good evening, everyone. The procedural bylaws brought before trustees, as you know, on an annual basis for review. That's actually required in the procedural bylaw. That said, trustees know that you can request changes at any time. It's just we bring it forward to you annually to make sure that it is dealt with as dictated by the bylaw. The draft bylaw before you this evening has been slightly amended for your consideration for the following reasons. One is, you'll know that in the policy, in the bylaw, it states what the recommended order on the agenda is for a meeting. We have changed the order only slightly to have the national anthem come first, prayer second, and the land acknowledgement third. Again, this is recommended. It's not set in stone in the policy. The wording around the agenda is that the order is usually as follows. That's how the wording actually works there. It's not saying it's set in stone. All of the other changes in the policy simply reflect an attempt to use clearer language in a few of the sections, but there aren't substantive changes. So through this report, staff requests that the board bylaw policies review committee recommend to the board of trustees that the draft bylaw before you this evening be approved and enacted as amended, or in the alternative, if there are changes that trustees would like to see at this time, that you advise staff of that, and then we will take it back and make those changes for you. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any comments or questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Beck. Are there any questions, staff, for item H1? I see Trustee Sharon Hoban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is the question now, do we agree to reorder the agenda? Or is that the question?
Through the chair, if I could answer that, you don't have to reorder the agenda. It's what the proposed order would be for meetings. And I guess any committee could have their own order on the agenda, but this is what is recommended in the procedural bylaw for meetings going forward. So it's what we're asking trustees to do is to approve that recommendation in the bylaw that be the order for meetings.
So thank you for that. So through the chair, I think of them two minds. It's dangerous for me to have two minds, but I think the one opinion could be that by having the anthem and then the land acknowledgement first, is that we are acknowledging that we are the land of the Mississaugas of the credit, and that we are having our meeting on their land. So that, and I'm sure that would come from our Indigenous Advisory Committee. So that would be the first mind that we would have. And then the second might be that our prayer is a prayer for all, right? We're including everybody in our prayer, including our Indigenous brothers and sisters. So I'm really of both minds, and I'm not sure what the feedback would be from our Indigenous Advisory Committee. I don't know if it would be considered I can't think of the word. I don't want to say slap in the face, but an uncomfortable position. So I'm of two minds, and I'm sure my colleagues would have opinions about it as well, but I'm just raising that, and that I don't really, and of course it's the will of the board. So, and I'd be, of course, go along with whatever the will of the board is, but I'm just raising those questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Hoban. I have Trustee Bruno Ainika.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recall raising this issue because in the past, and Trustee Mario Pascucci would remember, because we used to have faith and program used to be called program and faith. And seeing that we were a Catholic board, we had decided as a board, everybody agreed that it should be faith and program. And because our faith is first and foremost, respect for the Indigenous is without debate. So I'm of 5/8 of a mind of faith first, and even with my colleague retiring in less than a year, Trustee Hoban, I would tend to disagree, because I think that our faith is first and foremost, personally, and then is everything else, but a very close second is the Indigenous responsibilities that we have. That's not to say that I disagree that of the order. I'm just not in agreement with it, because we are a Catholic board. If we were a public board, I'd say hats off to you, let's do it that way and move forward. But when you put your faith second on an agenda, for me personally, it gives me a different vibe personally. That's not to say it's right, and it's not to say it's wrong. My preference would be, and this is why I raised it at the very beginning, is our faith first, the Indigenous responsibilities that we acknowledge and we respect and we continue with would be a very close, well, second. It's not a close second, it's second on the agenda. And then everything else. And everything else you could do like this with the agenda items because they're all important. It's just the list of how it goes. So me personally, I would prefer our prayer, our Indigenous responsibilities, and then the agenda. But that's my opinion on that, based on a conversation that we had, I'll say 15, 20 years ago, when it was called Program and Faith.
Madam Chair,
We have program, yeah, we're a Catholic we're a Catholic board that deals with the teachings of scholastic, to our kids, but we're also a Catholic board. And so the trustees unanimously at the time changed it to Faith and Program. I mean, it is a little thing, but it's such a big thing. But, again, that's my opinion. If the will of the board is different, then so be it. Let's move forward.
Thank you, Trustee Anika. I have Trustee Anna De Silva with her hand raised, and I thought I heard Trustee Mario Pascucci, but I'm not certain.
Yes, I am, Madam Chair, and it's to Bruno's point. Thank you.
Oh, okay. And then I have Trustee Luz Del Rosario. So if this, Trustee Anna De Silva, is it to?
It's to the topic on the table, which is what Trustee Anika spoke about. So.
Perfect. Okay, so you can go next, and I'll have Trustee Mario Pascucci follow if that's okay.
Yeah, I am in agreement to changing the order, and I mean we call to order. We can start with the prayer, and then go into the land acknowledgement. I do feel that we should start with the prayer, and I think that sends a message about what's important to us and what is above all other things, right? Like, which is, God is directing all of our actions and our decisions. So I do agree that the prayer should go first. Having said that, I also recognize that, the position where it is right now, while not ideal, it still works. So I would support the notion of, I would support changing the order though, but would not be, opposed to leaving it the way it is should trustees agree to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee De Silva. I have Trustee Mario Pascucci followed by Trustee Luz Del Rosario.
To Bruno's point, Bruno, you have it dead on. It was a unanimous vote. And it was the intention that we are faith first and finance second. So Bruno, your thoughts are dead on. I'd like to add something else, but I'll wait till my turn. That was specifically to that issue. And I'll address a little bit more of it later on when you go through your speakers list on the same topic. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Trustee Pascucci. I can add you to the bottom of the list. Trustee Luz Del Rosario.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just say that I agree with Trustee Anika. I really think we should show our faith. In every event, in every meetings that I've attended, land acknowledgement just basically come in because it's normal, right? It's any other meeting that they do. But for us, being a Catholic school, I think it makes a big difference that we pray first when we come in. We pray for everybody. And if we make it as a number 3, as the opening prayer, and then we do the land acknowledgement and then the national anthem, it kind of flows a lot better if you really think about it. Because once we've done the prayer, we pray for all. And then we recognize that we are having this meeting at the Indigenous land. Then we do our national anthem. So I think it will flow really nicely, showing our faith. And then we recognize and respect our Indigenous people. Then we recognize our Canada with their national anthem. So I really I totally agree to have it rearranged. And what's wrong with being different? We are Catholic anyway, so we're different. So that's my 2 cents, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Del Rosario. So now I'm going back to Trustee Mario Piscucci, and I also see Trustee Ana De Silva has her hand raised as well. Trustee
Madam
Mario
Chair,
Piscucci?
thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I've been thinking over a number of years on this whole point. I believe the prayer that we have has been with us since I can remember, and that's going back a while. And is there a prayer out there that other boards have that encompasses the declaration and our prayer and a prayer, not necessarily the one we have? Is it time to take a look at a new prayer and to look at it and say, okay, fine, what are we missing? What do we need to add on? Things of that nature. I'm just throwing that out for something for discussion purposes. We don't have to come to a unique decision tonight, but it's something that, is in fact the prayer that we have and the procedure that we have because of the situation where we do the recognition of the land. Is now time to change. That's something we have to take a look at. But I'm not saying we have to, but it's something that we should maybe consider. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Piscucci. Trustee Ana De Silva?
Yes, thank you. So I just have a question around this policy, this change. Are we going to, if we do this change at the board, will this also be a change that we will require of every school when they're doing an assembly of some type or an event, that we should always lead with the prayer? And then do the land acknowledgement second? I think we should, from a consistency perspective, ensure that whatever we decide, that we follow through with at all schools, in all events through the chair. Is that something that's possible to add to the policy?
Through the chair, if you'd like me to respond to this, I can respond to that. In this policy, in this bylaw, I should say, it speaks to meetings of the Board of Trustees and committees, unless committees choose their own procedures, subject to certain exceptions. So committees could reorder if they wanted to. But yes, I mean, we could add to the bylaw that there's a requirement for the order of the agenda. But as it stands right now, this is what the agenda normally looks like. It's not set in stone that all committees or schools or anybody has to follow this order. But I mean, if it's the will of the trustees, we can make changes.
Yeah, I think that we need something that gives that it streamlines and ensures that we have consistency. If we've made this decision to consciously put prayer first, then I think that we should be doing that in all our activities, including our committees, unless there's special circumstances. And as well, we should include any kind of school events. And I'm not, maybe you can answer me this, but when we do announcements in the morning, do we do the land acknowledgement before we do? What's the order that is used in our daily, I just lost the word from my head. In our daily school announcements, what's the order that we use? Can anybody let me tell me?
Chair, I think it is typically, it's the land acknowledgement followed by the prayer. But I know in some of the informal meetings we've been starting to transition that, so it's prayer followed by land acknowledgement. So if you want the language to be strengthened for your procedural bylaw, but your procedural bylaw really only governs your board meetings. I think it would be better that you entrust staff to be able to send that message to the system and have them transition.
Okay, so thank you for that. So this is just for the procedural bylaws, so that's reflective of the board and trustees. However, I think we do need to have. Do we have a policy around this whole thing for schools?
Through the chair, no. Currently, we do not. We would not have a specific policy around the order of opening exercises or any kind of local meetings within the board office or within schools. So staff meetings, Catholic School Council meetings. So there is no policy that articulates that specifically.
Or a bylaw. There's no bylaw.
No.
No. So
But-
I was wondering, could we set up a bylaw that speaks to this? Because, there may be more and more of these things coming our way. And then I think if we have a bylaw of some type, that we'll always know that that it's the will of the board, and that due to being a Catholic school, that we would always start with opening our proceedings with a prayer. I know we do that as a tradition generally, but you see how it's happened, that we've got this land acknowledgement and all of a sudden we started to put that first without even thinking it through that much. So I think if there's I think we should bring a bylaw forward to speak about proceedings and the order of and the order that we should use when we are in these different proceedings. Possible?
Well, through the chair, I think you're talking about establishing a policy for the order of agenda items for meetings across the board outside of your procedural bylaw. And certainly staff can explore creating one of those. In the second item, H2 on the agenda, we will be talking about the policies for review and develop, and that is an opportunity for trustees to identify other policies that they want to be developed, and that I think that would be the appropriate area to include it this evening.
Okay,
Trustee De Silva.
that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee De Silva. I also have Trustee Bruno Ainika.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very honest with you. I thought that because we were faith-based and we were going to change it at our level, that it was going to be changed at all levels, because what's important to the board should also be important to the rest of our Catholic community. That includes, any function, anywhere where there's a prayer and the land acknowledgements. I'll be honest with you. I didn't even think, I took it for granted that when we talked about moving faith first, or I talked about moving faith first, and some agreed, some may not agree, that it was going to be for everybody because we're all in the same boat. And so for me, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. When Trustee De Silva said that, and the response was, well, other than the board and our meetings, they can do what they want. No. It's got to be, for me, it's got to be consistent. We either put it here or we put it here. That's literally what we have to decide. For me, faith first. Land acknowledgement is a very close second because we all respect it. But at the end of the day, faith is first for me again. But if it needs to whatever it needs, I mean, I'd be happy to say, if staff wants to work something out. But if we're going to create a policy, the policy for every other meeting should be maybe 1A and 1B, and so everybody works from the same page. That's just how I see it, right or wrong. That's how I see it. I don't think anybody should have a choice on what they. Well, I don't think anybody should have a choice. I think it should be faith first, and acknowledgement second. Move on. But I'm one of 11. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Ainika. I have Director Mazzarato.
Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify. It would not, again, I just want to reiterate that the procedural bylaw is there to govern the board meetings. So if if the will of the trustees is that there's a policy that's developed, or give staff an opportunity to look through our existing policy and see if there's a way, if there's an appropriate policy that exists where it can be embedded into that, then we would be prepared to do that and bring it back to the trustees.
Thank you, Madam Director. I think I have Trustee Luz Del Rosario as well.
Yes, I do have a question, Madam Chair. When we first started with the land acknowledgement, what was the reason why we put it right at the beginning? Was there an advice from the Indigenous committee that's saying that we should be doing the land acknowledgement for a certain reason? Or I don't remember. I just remember that it got added to the agenda. So was there a reason for it? Why it was where it is right now that we're doing it?
Through the chair, I don't recall any specific direction that the land acknowledgement is the first thing that you do. I think the important piece of information is that before you get into an agenda of a meeting, you set the context for the agenda of the meeting.
Okay.
And so if you have prayer and land acknowledgement, those are both happening before you even get into an agenda of the meeting. And I think, the order that takes is, what the trustees would prefer to see that be. But all of this is happening to set context before an agenda. So I don't think you're compromising anything, because it is one of those things that is happening at some point before you begin an agenda to set context.
Right. So basically, we are expected to just do all of this before we go into our agenda, the full agenda.
Through the chair, that's correct.
How we order them is our prerogative. Right?
Through the chair, I would say that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I still stand with my recommendation to let's go ahead and do our prayer first before we do the land acknowledgement. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Director.
Thank you, Trustee Del Rosario. I have Council Beck wanting to speak.
Oh, thank you. And through the chair, I can wait because it's on another topic on the procedural bylaw.
Oh, no worries. Then Trustee Ana De Silva.
Hi, yes, thank you. So you're probably going, you all mentioned the word setting the context. So I'm going to throw a wrench into this whole thing. I believe that we should have the prayer first, that O Canada should come second, and that we then do the land acknowledgement. And why? Because we're setting context. So it's God, country, land. And to me, it's still setting the context before we start the meeting, because we're acknowledging that not only is this our country, but that this land that is our country was founded based on, the First Nations. So if we're talking about the order, I think then we need to think about where we're putting O Canada. And I can understand why we're doing this now, because we've lived with this for 4 years now. And we haven't really had a chance to really think and talk about that and look at how that should, how this should really be laid out for ourselves. We kind of just went with it. So I think it's important for us to think about it and really discuss and decide how we want this ordered. Because I agree, as you know, I brought that up, that, whatever we do should be consistent throughout the board. So I'm throwing it out there that if we're changing the order, that the order should be prayer, O Canada, land acknowledgement, and then the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Trustee De Silva. And Director Mazzarano?
Through the chair, this was informed by the opening exercises that are identified under the regulation, where all of our schools open up with O Canada. And even if you go to something like the Cardinal's dinner, the Cardinal opens up with O Canada and then does prayer.
That's interesting. So should we follow suit?
Are there any other questions on this topic? Councillor Beck?
Thank you very much. And through the chair, Director Maserati reminded me that one item that we wanted to bring to your attention tonight for consideration is the fact that the term of office for trustee committee members is 1 year. And we were wondering if if you would like to have a discussion about whether or not trustee members of the audit committee should have a term of 2 years to ensure continuity, and also taking into account the amount of time that it takes to get up to speed on all the complexities that the audit committee deals with.
Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Beck. Questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, it's Mayor.
Okay, Trustee Mario Pascucci.
I would like
and
to.
Trustee Anna De Silva as well.
I'd like
Okay,
to.
go
Oh,
ahead,
I'm
Trustee
sorry, I'm stepping
Pascucci.
all over you. I apologize.
No, that's okay. Go ahead, Trustee Pascucci.
I think we should keep status quo when it comes to committees. I understand why you want to go to 2 years, and I understand the continuity piece, but it's a healthy change if we wanted to make it. We just have to ask our fellow trustee, do you mind if I sit in, do you want it next year? And if no, then we'll go this way. There's got to be enough fluidity that we can appreciate certain areas, that we sort of address areas that we enjoy doing and appreciate the work that we do, obviously, but also the other elements that, in fact, yeah, there's sometimes things are not moving the way we want in certain directions. And as a person, you might turn around, as a trustee, you may turn around and say, I can take the initiative and do this. And so I do not want to change the current setup when it comes to timelines or duration. The only one that we have 2 years right now is Oxta. And that's, I wouldn't want that. Now, and the second piece is if it's every 2 years, we have to have some kind of an individual, we'd have to have an individual who could carry from year 4 to the new year 1. So there's continuity. So that, but then who's going to sit there? Right now, status quo is perfect, and that's what I'd be approaching. The status quo, which you don't need a motion to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pascucci. So I've Anna De Silva followed by Trustee Gerald D'Souza. Go ahead,
Hi.
Anna.
Hi. I'm just going to ask the question, where is this coming from? This request, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, it was a suggestion. It's not coming from audit committee or anything. It was a suggestion. Some boards have also adopted a 2-year term, and they do it within the term, right? So you don't have the overlap from. So you'd have, somebody that would sit for the first 2 years of their 4-year term, and somebody sit for. But that's fine. We just thought we'd raise it because others have other boards have gone in that direction. But if it's not the will of the trustees, we absolutely understand that.
I'm not in support of changing it to a 2-year terms. I think, different trustees may have different interests and may want to try it for a year, but may not want to be there longer than a year. So I don't, and I really feel that, it's yes, it's true that it would be great for continuity, but I also think that like we do, we have a fairly good long run of it, and other than during the pandemic where we couldn't meet, I think we start and finish pretty well within the term. So I don't think that it's required. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Trustee De Silva. I have Trustee Gerald D'Souza followed by Trustee Bruno Ainica.
Thank you, Madam
Trustee
Chair.
D'Souza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to the point of the prayer and then the anthem, the national anthem, and I did hear Director Maserati mentioning that at the Cardinal's dinner, he starts with the anthem and then goes to the prayer. I would assume that he goes to the prayer second because immediately after the prayer, they jump into having dinner. So that could be the only reason why he does that. But I don't think at other cardinal meetings, he would start with the anthem and then the prayer. He would actually start with the prayer, just to add some context to that.
Mm.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee D'Souza. Trustee Bruno Inica?
Madam Chair, just with regards to a 2-year stint, how often does audit meet? A year?
Through the chair, I know we have Executive Superintendent Chair Peck on the line. I believe they have 4 or 3 meetings.
6.
Oh,
I think there's 6.
Minimum 4.
minimum of 4.
So if I'm new to the audit committee or a new trustee for the sake of an argument, I know absolutely nothing the first year. You know, the analogy, it is better to remain silent and appear stupid than open your mouth and remove all doubt. And that's one of the reasons why staff goes to a significant amount of trouble to have the onboarding of new trustees so that they're aware of the ins and outs per se, but they really don't know anything. Let me rephrase that. They're really not sure of anything until they're in the position. And I could ask Trustee Stefano Pascucci and Trustee Corbett, you know, how long after you became a trustee did you actually have a general idea of what the job entailed? And so I would ask the same question with respect to audit, considering that they only meet 4 times. So within that first 2 meetings, they have to have a pretty good grasp on the 3rd and 4th to understand what's going on and how things are run and what is right and what is wrong. When again, I'll go back 31 years. I knew nothing as a trustee. Staff put a binder together. We had everything. I didn't have a clue for at least the first year, 2 years at best. And so, you know, changing, you constantly then have somebody that doesn't have, I won't use the word clue, but doesn't have a general idea of the operation of what's required in audit after the first year when you have to make that change again. And if they're a little bit more apprehensive about asking questions, it might be the 3rd, maybe the 4th meeting. But as a board and as committees, we meet every month. And again, I would ask new trustees, or those of us that remember when we were new trustees, how long did it take us before we finally got a handle on what to do and how to do it? That would be my only, you know, it would provide, you know, it's 8 meetings if we do it 2 years. It's less than a committee meeting. It's less than a board meeting the entire year. And I would bet even after 2 years that it would grapple at trying to figure stuff out. And they'd be fortunate if there was somebody that had already sat on it a year where they could have that conversation sidebar and say, what about this? Because I remember with Pat Meany and Dom Frasca, for that matter, I would ask, or Ken Adamson, because one sat on one side, the other one sat on the other. I would constantly be asking them questions because I had no idea. And so I would prefer that we go to a 2-year audit committee membership. It's a commitment of 8 meetings. It's not a commitment of forever. It's less than the meetings that we're at. It's actually less than the Central Committee and less than SEAC as well. And audit is as important as any other committee that we have. So for me, I'd go with the 2. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Trustee Ianika. I have Trustee Stefano Pascucci to your point, followed by Trustee Sharon Holden.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to Trustee Ianika. As one of the two newbies that were there, we sort of got told what to do the first meeting, first organizational meeting. So we were brought into that position pretty quickly. But I do agree. Being a new trustee and sort of sitting, figuring out how to even say through the chair was something that took a little bit of time. But yeah, having terms set for those positions would allow for fresh insight of what's going on, especially if you look at the finance side of things, where even in the banking industry, you're required to take out of your vacation, your 3 weeks vacation, you're required to take 2 weeks vacation at the same time. So that's just an internal thing. So having a term limit and then allowing somebody else to take it to the second time could bring a fresh perspective. I know I sat on audit at first, my first year, and then that'll be my second year, but I believe this my first year in this term. But yeah, I believe it would be a good idea. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pascucci. I have Trustee Sharon Holden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for someone who sat on audit and who also chaired audit, one of the most important things to have to remember is we have two community members that sit on audit who are both out of the finance industry. Usually they're chartered accountants, and many times they're auditors professionally themselves. And so they are reading our guides, in terms of what should happen within the audit committee, and they do ask the really appropriate questions. But I think in terms of and as trustees, our main interest really is how our schools are operating, and is everybody following procedure? Is everybody following policy? And when we receive our reports and we have our internal auditor do presentations, I think for the most part, our trustees would understand those presentations and would understand the issues that are being brought forth. I don't think it's that difficult. But I would support a 2-year term, and this is why. I do believe that it would bring some consistency, but also there would be, and maybe the director could clarify this, but I do think there would be an opportunity that if a trustee after that first year just doesn't want to do it, can't do it, has to step down from that position, we could do another election for that position. So I don't think it's in stone that the person would have to be there the 2 years. I have a feeling that we wouldn't find ourselves in that position very often. But I think it would also give some consistency to our entire committee if the trustees were there for 2 years. From my perspective and my experience being on audit. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Hoban. Any other questions, comments to this point? Trustee Bruno Ianika, Trustee Anna De Silva.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
Would it be, and I mean, trust me, I'm not looking to throw a wrench into the gears, but because this decision affects the next board, would it be feasible to move this decision to another meeting of the new board, considering they will be the ones that will be sitting on or not any committee members? It's just a question because, some of my colleagues unfortunately aren't gonna be here, but they're gonna be making the decision on what's going to happen with the new board, and the new board might not agree with that. They may agree with it, but they might not agree with it. And so I was wondering if it would be feasible to move the decision to another meeting, unless it has to be done tonight for implementation and the implementation for the next meetings that we have where committee members are chosen.
Through the chair, this proposed change would sit inside your procedural bylaw, which is before trustees this evening. Your procedural bylaw comes to you annually, notwithstanding if you wanted at any time during the year to ask the procedural bylaw to come forward to make a change. You always have the right to do it, but we bring it forward annually around this time of year for you to review and to make any changes. That said, absolutely, if it's the will of the trustees that they don't want to consider it for this round of the procedural bylaw, the only caution is if there is a desire or a will to change it over to a 2-year plan, this is a good opportunity to do so, because you are going to have a new board that is going to start and gives you an opportunity for two-year terms within the 4-year term, which is going to start in November. It's the only comment I would make, but not necessarily any urgency over it if the trustees are, really want more time to consider it.
Well,
Thank you,
if
Madam
that's
Director. Yeah, Trustee Iannica.
my apologies, Madam Chair. Thank you. If then the situation is of that, then do we need a motion to make it a 2-year term?
Through the chair, you will, because we didn't put it in the, we did not make reference to the 2-year term in your procedural bylaw currently. So if you want to include something into your procedural bylaw, sometimes we'll take direction when trustees make suggestions for amendments to a policy that we brought forward. But because this seems to be something that I think trustees have differing opinions on, I think it would be important for you to consider it through motion as to whether or not you want that included in your procedural bylaw before we move forward to finally approve the changes to the procedural bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Director. If that's the case, then I will move that the audit committee membership be extended or be a 2-year term. Do I have to put from a 1-year to a 2-year, or can I just put a 2-year term, Madam Director?
Through the chair, 2-year term is fine.
Then I would make that motion, Madam Chair, if I could, please.
Okay, so thank you, Trustee Iannica. So there's a motion on the floor to move the audit committee term from 1 year to a 2-year term. Any discussion, questions? Trustee Ana de Silva?
Yes. I have a question with regards to just the process. So we have, I believe it's 3 trustees that 3 positions that go to audit committee. So are we saying that all those 3 positions are going to be 2-year terms? Or are we saying that the position of chair is a 2-year term? Can you clarify what exactly you're recommending and how that's going to impact the 3 trustees that are going to be running for that position?
Through the chair, if the trustees desire a 2-year term, then that would be a 2-year term for the 3 trustees that sit on that committee. As far as the chair goes, I mean, I think that can be dealt with in the terms of reference for the committee. So that could be a discussion with the audit committee members once it's been established as to whether or not they want to change the terms of reference to make it a position for 2 years, or whether they just want to continue to keep the chair as a 1-year term.
Okay. So it's the 3 positions. So all 3 trustees, regardless of whether they, want to be chair or not, will have a 2-year term.
Correct.
I think that we have to decide whether, if someone's going to be applying for a 2-year term, it should really be a 2-year term. Of course, anybody can always leave if they wish, but just to let it go, to say, oh, you don't have to, is kind of challenging because when we do our organizational board meetings, we always have these positions that are set up. And so we need to be, you know, accountable and make sure that there's consistency. Because in the past, we've had, you know, situations where we have missed certain types of things because of the back and forth, some being 1 year, some being 2 years. So we should keep it consistent. So that means that position will not be under review every year. It will be every 2 years. And then the other thing is that, you know, I know that my colleagues have made the point that, it can be 2 years. There's no problem. You know, the person can always leave. However, it's same can be true of a 1 year term. The same people can always apply. So it doesn't necessarily eliminate people from going in more than one term. And I've been there several years, and I know that in the past we've had repeat trustees on the audit committee. So it does seem that once you go on there, if you have the desire to continue, that you will continue to run for that position or volunteer to be in that position. And in addition, you know, this is a paid position. So I believe that there is remuneration for this committee, and doing a 2-year term means that individuals who will be taking that position will be paid on those 2 years for attending those meetings. And then that means that it doesn't give the opportunity for other trustees to run or apply to a position that would be providing them with some additional remuneration. So that's something that needs to be considered as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee De Silva. Any other questions or comments to the motion that's on the floor about extending the audit committee membership from 1 year to 2 years? Okay, so we will put it to a vote. In this case, I will ask for how many are in favor and how many are opposed. So we'll start with how many are in favor of the change from 1 year to the 2-year position. Okay, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trustees in favor.
I think Trustee DeCosta is trying to get into the meeting.
Actually, Madam Chair,
You're there.
Hi, Madam Chair. My apologies for being late. I just got in the meeting, so I see you're at a vote, so I would abstain from the vote because I'm not sure what it's about.
Thank you, Trustee, and welcome, Trustee DeCosta. Yes, Cindy, if our recorder can record, he entered at 8:27. That would be much appreciated in the minutes. Okay, so I believe we had 5 in favor of the motion. Can we have hands raised for who's not in favor of the motion? 1, 2, 3, and myself is 4.
Should you count me, Madam Chair?
I believe so. 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. Trustee Frank DeCosta is abstaining from that. Are the numbers correct? That 5, 6, 7,
You need
8,
11. Does that come up to 11?
we have 10. That counts as 10. Who am I missing?
Trustee Sean
Sean.
Xavier is
Trustee Sean
absent
Xavier.
tonight. So that is.
Trustee Sean Xavier is absent.
Passes.
Okay, so there were 5 in favor of the motion, so it passed. Okay. Believe it or not, we are still on item H1. So Council Beck, were there any other items? My apologies. Were there any other anything else you wanted to bring to trustees' attention for item H1?
Through the chair, no, just that and the ordering of the agenda. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, Madam Director. So I'm not sure if the order of the prayer, if that was resolved, if that discussion, where that landed. I know there was quite a few. I was trying to take note as trustees were mentioning they were in favor of the prayer being first. But does that need to go to a vote as well?
Through the chair, no, because that is already proposed in the procedural bylaw. So if now what you want to do is approve the procedural bylaw, if it gets approved, then the reordering will take place.
Perfect. And then it would be as amended, noting the change with the audit committee. Trustee Anna De Silva, question?
Yeah, question. So if we wanted to change the order and put Canada as second, we would have to put a motion forward. Is that how it would work?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay.
Through the chair, I believe it would need to, the first motion on approving this would need to fail, and then
no
motion
No.
about
No.
the change.
Through the chair, no. It's a
Okay.
secondary motion that's being dealt with right now. It's a
Okay.
secondary motion it's a secondary motion that could potentially come forward, much like what came forward around audit committee.
Okay. So are we going to address the secondary motion then?
I haven't put a motion on the floor, so we can address the primary motion. And then if we want to bring a second motion up, then it can be, right? Is that correct, Marianne? Or does that have to be brought up?
No, because I guess you could do it a couple of ways. If you're going to put the motion on the floor and it's going to fail because people would prefer to have O Canada before, if they don't like the order that's being suggested, which is O Canada prayer land acknowledgement, then if you deal with that motion and it fails because of that change, but it's also going to fail the what you've just done with audit committee. I think the cleanest way is if there's a desire to see the change of order so that it's prayer O Canada, then that somebody needs to put a motion on the floor. Now you need to deal with that. Once you've dealt with that, then you go back to your primary motion, which is approving the entire procedural bylaw.
Okay, then I will put a motion forward that we change the order to be prayer, then O Canada, and then the land acknowledgement.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee De Silva. So the motion's on the floor to change the order of the meetings, that with the prayer first, then O Canada, then followed by the land acknowledgement. I'll do the same thing again then. How many are in favor?
Discussion, is there a discussion first?
Well,
or-
good point. My apologies. I thought there was lots of discussion before, but you're absolutely right. Is there any discussion to this motion now that's been proposed? No discussion. Okay.
What was
So
the motion again, Madam Chair?
Yes.
absolutely. Would Trustee De Silva like to review her motion again?
That we change the order to the prayer first, O Canada second, and then the land acknowledgement.
Okay.
In terms of the context. So we have the context, right? God, country, and land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Trustee De Silva. Trustee Bruno Inika had his hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would only be because we only play O Canada during board meetings, correct? For the most part. So it's only for the board meeting that it's, as Trustee De Silva has indicated. All other committee and school functions, it could be something different, but not prayer O Canada land acknowledgements, correct?
This is for procedural bylaw, right? So it would be only for our board meetings and committee meetings where we use it, wherever we would use it, or Canada. In my understanding.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion before the vote? Seeing none. So all those in favor of the order changing to prayer, O Canada, and then land acknowledgement, you can raise your hand. So 1, 2. 2 in favor. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 opposed. So that's our 10 votes. So the motion fails. Okay. So then we're going to go back to our primary motion, which is page 14, that the board bylaw policies review committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that the revised procedural bylaw be approved and enacted. And I'm going to throw in as amended because we had some changes.
Madam Chair, on a procedural point, you don't have to say that because and maybe the director will look at it, because those motions, we would have to, the amendments we would have to vote on first to be part of the main motion. And you're saying we don't because we made the amendments. Did we vote in the amendments?
The amendments that trustees had debates over were voted on, yes. The audit committee and the
Okay, so
order
it's going
of.
to- Okay, excellent. Thank you. Sorry about that, Luz. Sorry, Priya.
No, that's okay. So I can read it again. The motion on page 14, that the board bylaw policies review committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that the revised procedural bylaw be approved and enacted as amended. And would someone like to move this motion? Trustee Darrell D'Souza, thank you, has moved it. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Okay.
Madam Chair, just for my clarification,
Absolutely.
because there's been a lot of conversation. So now it becomes from a board meeting perspective, O Canada, prayer, land acknowledgement.
Through the chair, that's correct. Where O Canada is included on the agenda, that's the order.
But
if and then we don't include it in committee meetings, so it'll be prayer acknowledgement.
perfect. My understanding is clear, and thank you very much.
Perfect. Okay. Here we go. Moving on to item H2. We're going to jump to page 128. So it's our policy review and development process 2022-2023 that will be presented by Superintendent Vaccarino if he's still here. Back to you, Director Mazzarato.
Through the chair, I will be presenting on behalf of Superintendent Vaccarino this evening, and before I present, I ask for receipt.
All right. Who would like to move receipt? Trustee Del Rosario, thank you, has moved receipts. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried.
Through the chair, this report identifies that all the policies in the board undergo an initiation process approved by the Board of Trustees. We do that annually with the trustees, and as a result of the policy review cycle and the Ministry of Education requirements, DPCDSB staff have conducted an extensive analysis of the policies that require review and or development, and we've identified a total of 28 policies and 1 gap that have been identified for review in 2022-2023, and they're listed on the table in the report. I use this opportunity as well to remind trustees that while staff have brought forward these 28 policies and a gap based on a cycle of review and requirements from the Ministry of Education, this is also an opportunity for trustees, if there are other policies that they want to be reviewed, or if there are new policies that they want established.
Thank you very much, Madam Director. Are there any questions for item H2? Okay, so we've got Trustee Anna De Silva. I see Trustee Hoban waving. So I have Trustee Anna De Silva, followed by Trustee Sharon Hoban, Trustee Luz Del Rosario, and Trustee Stefano Piscucci. Did you have a question?
No, you can remove me. Thank you. I
Okay.
was, yeah, don't worry about it. Thank you.
No problem. All right, Trustee Anna De Silva.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would like to, at this point, put forward request that we set up a policy regarding the order of meetings throughout the board, and that they would be following along the same lines as in terms of putting prayer first. as in alignment with the procedural bylaws that we voted on this evening. So if we can put that on the list, Madam Chair.
Madam Director.
Through the chair, we'll put it on the list. I think what we'll do this evening is we'll take direction for putting it on the list, and at the end of everybody identifying things they want to put on the list, hopefully, well, if it gets approved, if the entire list gets approved, that's probably the more efficient way of doing it this evening, as opposed to trying to do a motion for every request that trustees want on the list.
Okay, and just to clarify, we're just voting on the list. We're
That's
not
correct.
voting on anything else, just that
Right.
these are the items we're going to look at in 2023, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Correct. So trustees still have the opportunity to vote against it or
Through the
support
chair,
it
that's correct.
another time. Perfect.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Ana De Silva. I have Trustee Sharon Hoban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine is more of a curiosity than anything in approving this. I'm just wondering what, no, God, I gotta find it now. What would a policy, and please, I don't want the whole explanation, but what is the policy of school concerns?
Oh, trustees will recall that you have an existent right now is a process for identifying and dealing with, it's called a complaints policy. You might remember that. We've been working on revising that, and it's intended to identify a process that, especially if it's coming out of schools, that parents would have for addressing those. But we wanted to use this opportunity not to refer to it as complaints. We don't want to give the perception that our communities complain to us, but rather they bring issues forward or they bring concerns forward. So that's what that one is, Trustee Hoban.
Okay, thank you. And my second curiosity is pregnant students in Dufferin Peel. Just wondering what that would refer to.
Well, through the chair, that's an existing policy. It's been around forever. That's why it's on the list for review. I can't give you the specifics around it right now. I apologize, but it's intended to identify how we support pregnant students in Dufferin Peel.
Okay, it's probably really due for review, I'm sure. Okay, thanks very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Hoban. I have Trustee Luz Del Rosario.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am wondering if we should look at policy number 18, school food and beverages. I had parents send me notes and saying this policy is supposed to use for nutritional, that we follow the Canada Food Guide when we serve food in schools, and yet the schools are inundated with pizzas, popcorn, and all that for fundraisers. I understand this policy has a up to 10-day special event that they can do whatever, but we also said in that policy that we encourage the schools to consider the nutritional value of the of what they're going to serve. So I don't know if we should look at it, or maybe it's time to kind of remind our principals of what's being served or what's being sold for fundraiser.
Through the chair, I would ask that you allow staff to have an opportunity to review that policy. I mean, there's certainly been a lot of changeover, especially in school administration, and it might be an opportunity to review that policy, which we do after when all these policies go forward, and if they get passed at the October 24th meeting. The webcast the next day is intended to go over all of these with them. Now, that doesn't mean that the food and beverage policy on it, but we can review it with them to ensure that there is a fulsome understanding of the expectations of that policy, and ensure that we have compliance. So I'm not sure bringing the policy forward because it's based on ministry direction. Not
Yeah.
sure that that's the route. It's more, we need to investigate whether there's compliance, and if not, we need to remind them of that, the importance of compliance around that.
Okay, so I will leave it to your direction on how we're gonna handle it.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Del Rosario. Are there any other comments, questions about changes? Trustee Bruno Iannica?
Madam Chair, I'll apologize because I'm a little thicker tonight than normal. So Trustee De Silva asked, I believe it was Trustee De Silva. I don't want to specifically point that she said it, but I may have misunderstood. Doesn't matter. With regards to the policy that we just passed about O Canada, and I hate going down this path again, O Canada, prayer and the land acknowledgements. Was that not for the entire board?
To the
Like, I
chair,
know we
no.
don't say O Canada, I know we don't sing O Canada at council meetings. But my feeling, my personal feeling is if it's good enough for the board to do it that way, and we don't have O Canada, it should be prayer, then land acknowledgements, and then everything else.
Through the chair, that was only passed for your procedural bylaw, which governs your committee meetings, your board and committee meetings. What Trustee De Silva wants to ensure, I mean, we can certainly give direction to the system.
Yeah.
We could give direction. I can say to the system, Board of Trustees have passed this for their board and committee meetings and for consistency. Then we're asking all of you to make that adjustment. I can give it through direction, but if it's that important, then really it should be articulated in policy.
Okay. I guess I would have to ask my colleagues, because I alone don't make that decision, is if we give staff direction to go down that road and then implement it in policy, does that change anything? Like, we've put the cart before the horse because we've asked all of our system to do prayer, land acknowledgement, and then we've made it a policy, correct?
No, I think what I'm saying,
fact.
I can go to the system and I can give them direction. I can send out a memo and, we can hope that they're going to follow the memo.
Yeah.
Right.
And
But I think it has more teeth if it's a policy, because if then there's an incident, where for whatever reason, it's not in that order and you're saying why, it's, well, maybe I didn't get the memo, or maybe that memo was sent out, go down the road 5-10 years, right? Memos don't necessarily have that corporate memory, but policies always do. So, I mean, I can do whatever the will of the trustees are. If you want me to do it through direction, I can do it through direction based on what happened here this evening. But you can't assume that because it was passed for to govern your own meetings, that it's automatically that means it automatically happens for every meeting taking place in the board.
Okay, so would it be possible to put the cart before the horse, saying you give the direction and then we will implement it in policy at another time, because it's that important to the system, the Board of Trustees, to Bruno at this stage of the game. And I'm sure that my colleagues may or may not think the same, but I feel real strongly about putting it across the board and then putting it in policy.
Right. And so through the chair, I can make the system aware that the trustees are contemplating, right? I also don't want to predict the outcome of whatever is going to happen in your policy meetings, but the trustees are contemplating, this is what they've adopted to govern their own meetings, and they're contemplating bringing in a policy to ensure that every meeting that takes place in Dufferin Peel follow this order. And in the meantime, start, transition to this order.
I'm good with that.
I can do that.
Thank you, Madam Director.
Okay, I have Trustee Stefano Pascucci followed by Trustee Sharon Hoban.
No, I'm good, Madam Chair. Thank you.
No problem. Trustee Sharon Hoban then.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify that, whatever the directive is, and I think a directive's great from Dr. Mazzarato, but that the expectation would be for opening exercises that we have O Canada, a prayer, and then land acknowledgement, but that we're not expecting that every school council meeting is going to have an O Canada.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Right?
Through the chair, that's correct. Yeah.
I just think, I am a bit concerned about our new admin who just want to do a really good job. And so I think we just have to, make sure that they understand what the directive is and the intent of it.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thanks.
Any other comments, discussion?
Just one point, like that.
Trustee Ana De Silva.
Yeah, so because since we're bringing a policy out, staff is going to review a policy and make a recommendation on a policy around meetings. And I think it should also include, the order should also be, we should also review our announcements and all of those kinds of things as well. So it's not just meetings, it's all kinds of things where we have the land acknowledgement included. So just to think about those things when we're doing when you're reviewing the policy, so that it's fairly thorough and we don't have to go back again and take a look at it. That's all, just my comment on that.
Okay, thank you, Trustee De Silva. I do have a question about one of these policies. So can I pass the chair to Vice Chair Trustee Thomas?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, where would the policy around our criminal reference checks be? Because I thought it might fall into the Catholic School Council's
policy,
through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair, that would be through HR. I don't know. We have Superintendent Strong on the line with us this evening, so maybe she can come on and talk about where that falls.
Thank you. Through the chair, so you're looking for the regulation 52101 and the policy on criminal reference checks. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I do believe that falls under the general provisions of all staff. If you give me 1 moment or 5 minutes, I can look it up for you very quickly.
Perfect.
Through the chair, are you asking for it to be added to the list, or are you actually wanting to have a discussion about that policy?
If it does not need to be a discussion tonight, but if it could be added to the list, that would be best.
Okay, we'll add it to the list.
Okay. You finished? Maria?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
I am.
Darren?
Through the chair, we're talking about this land acknowledgement prayer and the national anthem being played, and I think all the discussion has been around the sequence during meetings. I believe Trustee De Silva brought up a good point, wherein for schools, yes, they do have meetings and there's a sequence with regard to the land acknowledgement and the prayer. What about the start of schools, the beginning of the day of the school, wherein I believe they play the national anthem and they do have the land acknowledgement and it's supposed to have announcements and a prayer. So would that be covered in a policy which we intend bringing out if it's a will of the board?
Through the chair, yes, but it would also have to be in line with the ministry's regulation around opening exercises. The ministry identifies, I think in Reg 268 or 298, the opening exercises in the order of that. But I don't think that there is anything that's being suggested in bringing developing a policy that is contrary to that. O Canada, prayer, land acknowledgement.
Okay, so does the ministry specify that the national anthem is played first at the start of the school day?
Through the chair, I'm going to
followed
ask
by-
council. I'm going to ask council back to just do some research on Reg 298 while school operations while we're on the, because I don't have it at top of mind, but I believe it talks about you start your day off with playing of O Canada.
Through the chair, I will look at that right now. One moment.
Darrell, you finish or?
Yeah, I mean, I finished my question. I'm just waiting for clarification, but
Okay, all right.
the other trustees can probably ask their questions while it's being researched.
Yeah, meantime, there is a Ana De Silva and Stefano is having your questions. So you want to
Thanks.
start, Anna?
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. Speaking of the national anthem, do we have a policy on the national anthem and what we are supposed to be, the types of, whether we sing to the anthem or just stand to the anthem, or the types of anthems that we use? Is there
Through
a
the chair,
policy?
no.
Through the chair?
Through the chair, no. We would not have any kind of policy defining what types of what versions of O Canada people are using.
Or any whether we sing to the policy or not. I noticed that people don't sing to the and I just wondered if that was, and I noticed that carries forward in at our graduations as well. And I don't know if there's some way that we can have a policy that or look at a policy around the national anthem and expected behaviors. That would be something I'd be interested in putting on the list, looking and reviewing a policy on the treatment of O Canada and the type of expectations of behaviors around it.
Okay, Anna?
Yeah, that's it.
Stefano?
Thank you, through Mr. Chairman. Which policy, or does it bridge multiple policies regarding the selection of our cafeteria service providers or service providers for our schools? So that would include, I guess, cafeteria, vending machines, and so on. Would that be under the one that Trustee Luza Rosario mentioned, or is it a separate one altogether?
The chair, I'm going to ask Executive Superintendent Chair Pecca to confirm, but we wouldn't have a policy around that per se. That's a day-to-day management of the organization around procurement, which is clearly defined by the Ministry of Education.
No problem. Then please disregard my question. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Madam Director, we want to wait for Mark Beck for the answer to Darrell's question, or
yes, we should. Well, we should just to get the clarification on that. I don't know if it has any bearing.
Yes.
Trustee D'Souza, Council Beck is back.
Beck is here. Yeah.
I'm just through the chair. Thank you. I'm just looking at this quickly, and it speaks to opening and closing exercises. May include the singing of God Save the Queen, and include following types of readings. I'm going to need a little bit more time because this is making it sound like this is optional, but let me dig into this a little deeper if you don't mind.
Through the chair, O Canada isn't optional. You have to have opening exercises, but it is optional if students choose not to stand or sing for O Canada, especially because of their beliefs. So I'm not sure if it's relevant to moving the meeting forward, Trustee D'Souza. We can certainly get that information for you and put it in issues and events.
Yeah, I mean, it's the reason for me bringing up this question is our discussion was around, or as a board, we decided that we would recite the prayer first, and we have the O Canada prior to the prayer, and then followed by the land acknowledgement. And this was specifically for our meetings. In schools, yes, they do have meetings, and we would like them to follow the sequence that we are following as a board. However, would that sequence be followed at the start of a school day? Because that's where O Canada is recited and a prayer is said in the morning.
Through the
While
chair,
that's not a meeting, that's
Right.
that's the start of the school day, and they do have these specific agenda items.
through the chair, that's something you can contemplate when you decide on whether or not you want to bring a policy forward in that regard. So where we're at with this is it's just on a list. It's on a list for consideration that we look at a policy to have consistency across the system around the order. And you could even, if you feel that you need to include that, the order of opening exercises at a school or the order of any meetings that take place in the board. That can all be articulated in the policy, and staff can do the research around what the requirement is around opening exercises in schools, whether it articulates whether it has to be the very first thing that happens or it's just part of your opening exercises. But we can bring that forward in a draft policy for trustees.
Sure. That's what I was looking for. So if we can just include the start of the day in addition to the meetings, the sequence for the start of the day too. Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you, Dr. Mazzarato.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sharon, you have a question? Okay, thank you. So if there is no more question.
Mr. Chairman, a point of order, we're just waiting for Superintendent Stephanie Strong as well to provide an answer to Trustee Bria Corbett. Is that correct?
No.
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 We're not?
Who's
To the
saying
chair?
Yeah.
I think it was going on the list. Sorry, Ms.
Oh, on the list?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Through the
Okay.
chair, yes, it was just identified to go on the list.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, what, so Madam Director, what's happening for the second motion there?
Through the chair,
Yeah.
yes, the second
That-
motion,
Okay, that the board of, that the report to the Board of Trustees policies for review and development 22-23 be approved. Move
I
as
can,
amended,
as amended, yes.
I can, Mr. Chairman, as
Okay.
amended.
Okay, Bria, anybody oppose this motion? It's carried. Okay, Bria, the chair, back to you, Bria.
All right.
Okay.
Item H3 starts on page 131. So policy 4.01 Catholic schools to councils, and to be presented by Superintendent Brunton. Director Mazzarato.
Through the chair, before Superintendent Brunton presents this report, I ask for receipt.
So received, Mr.
Received
Chairman.
by Trustee Mario Pascucci. Thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. It's all yours, Superintendent Brunton.
Thank you and good evening, everybody. And I refer trustees to page 138 as changes to this policy as requested by the trustee falls under section 3.2. Trustees can see the language, which now reflects that when determining membership of a local Catholic school council, a parent and guardian member To represent parent and guardians of student with an identified exceptionality is one change to this policy. The second is a very minor change. You can find that on page 139 under section 3.4. It's a very small change in which the word from minimum had to be changed to maximum when we are recommending number of members to a local Catholic school council of 15. Those are the two changes to the policy in the affiliated general administrative procedures, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Madam Chair, Miriam.
So thank you, Superintendent Brenton. I have Trustee Maria Pascucci, Trustee Frank DeCosola, Trustee Stefano Pascucci, waiving, Trustee Sharon Hoban. Any others? Okay, Trustee Maria Pascucci, you can get us started.
Through you to the director, Madam Director, and maybe to SO on this one. Marianne, Madam Director, what is the motion that we should read so that we can allow this? Is something simplistic as saying a position made available at every school council in Dufferin Peel to meet the needs of, or whatever? How would you want to frame it so that we can move forward with it? That's doable and workable for your staff.
Through the chair, currently as it's articulated in the policy, because a trustee asked for that to be, for the policy to come forward with that put in it,
Yes.
it is in there on page 138.
Okay, I don't
So
have
if
printing problems with here, so Madam Chair, I don't have that information, but go ahead. Go ahead, Marianne, sorry.
Yeah, so on page 138, the suggested change is one parent guardian member to represent parent guardians of students with an identified exceptionality. So if this amendment to the policy passes, then that if you pass recommending this to the Board of Trustees and it passes next week, then that position will be created. But I also know that there was a previous discussion with the, as a result of the delegation that staff wanted, that trustees may want staff to come back with a report that has contemplated what, the parameters around that role, the purpose of that role, etc., before considering putting it in your policy.
Yeah, so maybe what is possibly the best motion at this point is for it to return to staff for additional input and consideration for elements that might be considered to make this policy an opportunity, which is probably the best way of going, because the fact of the matter is that I don't want a knee-jerk reaction. I want to make sure it captures everything, including, for example, family members, parents, guardians. It may be open to anyone who has an interest, because not every school has a specific parent that might be interested in that area. So I want to make sure that we get the biggest output for the amount of input that would be required by the student by staff. Marianne, so would you suggest that this, I can make a motion in a moment, that this issue be referred to staff for consultation and information and be brought back to the Admin Finance Committee meeting, first Admin Finance Committee, or the first bylaw committee?
Through the chair, I would suggest bylaw, because it's going to have an impact on policy.
Will that impact, if it goes to bylaw, can we retroactively install that parent or the guardian?
Through the chair, I think if staff, if the motion passes that it's the will of the trustees that you want staff to develop a report that articulates or contemplates this role on a Catholic school council and what the parameters around that role would be, or what the purpose of that role would be, then we bring that report forward first.
Yes, of course.
And then once you've contemplated that report, then you can contemplate a change to your to this policy.
That change, Madam Chair, and I'm just closing up, that change, Madam Director, would be the next school council meeting or something, whatever that would be. They don't have to wait a full year to September, whatever next year.
No, through the chair, they would, because they've already constituted their Catholic school councils for this year. They're in the process of doing that, right?
Okay, then. Madam Director, Madam Chair, who do you have on the list right now? Do you have people on the list?
I have Trustee Frank DeCosola, Trustee Stefano Pascucci, and Trustee Sharon Hoban.
I recognize you. Recognize them with respect, and I will get back to you with a motion to defer it later on. But thank you,
No
Madam Director, for your input.
No problem. Thank you,
Madam
Trustee
Madam Chair.
Pascucci. Trustee Frank DeCosla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, my comments were similar to Director Mazzarato in reference to crystallizing what that position would be. I think that's important, of course, before we make any decisions. But also, if that position requires it to be a position that another parent can elect to represent, even if they don't have an exceptional student, because that might not be a case. We may not have a parent sitting on council as well, but we still want to ensure that we capture the importance of that representation within our school councils. Also, I was wondering, for school councils that don't have a lot of representation from parents, should we consider or have some thought around crystallizing, or sorry, around prioritizing which roles should go first, right? So of course, I think a school council chair would be a first priority, treasurer would be also the second one. And then we would have to think about, do we have a parent who, if there's only one more parent left over, does that parent represent our school rep, our church rep, or does it represent identifying concerns or kids with exceptionality within our schools as well? So we want to probably put some thought, because not all schools or school councils come with, in some cases they do, in some cases they don't. So we would have to think about, which ones do we represent, or which ones would we consider? Some parents choose to have two roles, but that's not always the case as well. Those are just the comments I want to put on the floor as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Frank DeCosla. I have Trustee Stefano Pascucci next, followed by Trustee Sharon Hoban, and I see Trustee Bruno Anika has his hand raised as well.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. If I can direct everybody's eyes to page 137. There's, in this policy, sets out what the board is, what a parent is, parent member, student member, and so on. Given how our high is that for elementary school and high schools, this policy?
To the chair, yes.
Seeing how our high schools have individuals who aren't Catholic or possibly separate school supporters, by that nature, are we not allowing these individuals then to attend and be members of our Catholic school councils? Because his parents there means a member of the Catholic school council who's elected, and so on and so forth, hold office and is an English separate school elector or a spouse of an English separate school elector. So we are defining what those individuals would have to be in order to become part of our school councils, and see how high schools are open. Sorry, go ahead, Madam Director.
That's correct.
Okay, and then the same with the students. Okay, so what would then happen if a parent who is not a Catholic school or an English separate school elector come up and ask to be part of the school council?
Well, if they don't meet the criteria, they wouldn't qualify.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you very much, Madam Director. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pascucci. On to Trustee Sharon Hoban now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, I want to point out that at the secondary level, we have parents who are on our school council. They're not our chairs, but they are members of our school councils. Their children are attending our schools. Many of them are coming to our schools for very specific programs. And so that policy, I believe, should be looked at because that's not the case that's happening in our schools right now. And I'm certainly not promoting that we should tell people who are sending their children to our schools that they can't be on the school council. I understand perhaps they can't be chair, but I can tell you right now, for years, I've been going to Catholic school council meetings, and I know for a fact And people speak about it and how proud they are that they've made the choice to bring their children to our Catholic secondary schools. So, what the policy says is not what's happening. And I think we'd find ourselves in a lot of trouble if we started to, put this kind of thing in place. So that may be a discussion for future reference. I'd like to address the whole idea of creating a position on Catholic school councils for children who learn differently. And you all know I come at this subject from a place in my heart that my brother learned differently his whole life. And my parents fought tooth and nail, as did I, for David. So I want anyone listening to know that that's where I'm coming from. As well, I chaired SEAC for many years very proudly, and so pleased that other trustees have also been very involved in SEAC. Many people that sit at our school council tables have children who learn differently and bring their concerns to the table, which is they're not to bring they're not to bring individual concerns, because that's not the time for private issues at a council meeting. But they are there at the table and they ask questions globally around our programs for our children who learn differently, or they may bring up issues. So to have one person at the table who is representing, I'm not sure who, for me is a bit of an issue. I'm not sure how they would gather this information. I'm not sure how or why people would go to someone specifically on the school council to bring up issues when you have administrators and you have Catholic school trustees. We have SEAC, that is an excellent organization that has both representation from community members, as well as CSAC a representative from CSAC sits on SEAC, and SEAC sits on CSAC, and both of them play a role. It could well be that this is coming from the fact that maybe we better do a better job around communication and sharing information. And that could be a discussion that staff may take back to CSAC and to SEAC. And I believe Trustee Ianika, and I hope I'm correct, brought up the fact that, or perhaps it was Trustee De Silva, that we do have representatives from school councils who sit on CSAC and are supposed to then give information back to our school council chairs. And perhaps that's something that has to be looked at, and we have to do a better job at that. And that could be what's at the crux of this problem. I have a real concern that one person is designated on a school council to represent children who, or parents of children, or ratepayers of children who learn differently, because we already have many mechanisms and vehicles within the board. And I think we're usurping all of those vehicles by doing this. And you may see then a creation of other groups who feel that they're not represented at the table. And really, it's a school council that represents the whole school community. And we do have a parish rep, because we have one person who communicates with our parishes. We have an OAPSI rep that speaks to OAPSI and brings information back. But we already have vehicles in place. And I'm concerned, even in the presentation, it talks representing of educational workers. Educational workers have a union that represents them. So I would really hope going forward, and I know I will be retired and I won't be part of this discussion, but I really hope going forward that it's more of a discussion around how can we do a better job of bringing information back to communities, back to school councils around these issues, rather than creating this one responsibility to one person. I think it could open I think it could create a lot of issues for us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Hoban. I have Trustee Bruno Inica, followed by Trustee Stefano Pascucci, followed by Trustee Anna De Silva, and then Trustee Mauro Pascucci if he still wanted to put a motion on the floor. So Trustee Bruno Inica.
I'll pass, Madam Chair. Thank you.
No problem. Trustee Stefano Pascucci.
Sorry, thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, will we be taking this back to CSAC for consultation?
Through the chair, we can take direction to do that. I mean, if at the end of the day, a motion is put on the floor and it passes, that staff go back and contemplate the possibility of this or the implications of that and bring a report forward, that could be part of it.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Pascucci. I have Trustee Anna De Silva.
Madam Chair, Trustee Bruno Inica put his hand up. I don't know if it's to this point or not.
Oh.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Trustee Pascucci's correct. It is to this point, so I won't sway off this point, but that was my understanding when we started this conversation quite a while ago, that staff was going to take what the repercussions may or may not be, bring a report back to the board or back to the committee, and then then take it to to SEAC for input and consultation, and then bring it back with that encompassed in it. That was my understanding of what was going to happen from the very get-go, assuming that the motion by Trustee Mario Pascucci was going to pass, and then we were going to, staff was going to do that and then come back with, what are the positives and negatives of it, and how that role that Mr. Brudello was talking about would fit in or not. That was my understanding, but I knew that was quite a while ago, so I may have veered to the right on it. Is that what staff believes was the intent?
Well, through the chair, we're taking direction from the trustees, right? You want us to develop a report, bring it
Yes.
back. In developing that report, do you want us to go and consult, or do you want us to bring a report back first for the trustees to look at and then give us direction from there?
Well, I would like consultation with SEAC. I'd like staff to develop because if we say, yeah, we want what the presenter put forward and have a member on council, then how does that affect SEAC? Like, there's so many moving parts to this that, I want something to say, it's a great idea, provided these are the steps that are followed or not. If it convolutes everything, then that's another story.
Through the chair, can I suggest that you allow staff to go back after hearing the delegation this evening, after hearing the debate among the trustees, allow us to go back and put together a report just to come back to the trustees without going out on consultation, because as part of the report, we want to capture some of what was said here. Maybe it's a communication issue. Maybe we need to look at better ways of flowing information. So I think we need an opportunity first before we go out more broadly to capture what we're hearing this evening and bringing a report around what that could possibly look like, or is there alternative ways of achieving the same end?
Works for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Anika. I have Trustee Anna De Silva.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I don't support this amendment to the policy. I spoke to this earlier. So, I have some concerns, and so I think we do need to remove that and take it out, and and then go back and do the research we need to take into consideration the impacts that this would have on all areas. And again, I did mention the fact that I think we need to do better job of communicating downwards, and that should be maybe part of what we investigate as well. So that's all I wanted to share.
Thank you, Trustee De Silva. I know Trustee Mario wanted to put a motion on the floor, but I now see Trustee Frank DeCosla has his hand raised. So if it's okay with you, Trustee Pascucci, I'll go
By
to.
all means,
I'll go to Trustee
we
Frank
need- we need
DeCosla.
input. We need all input. No problem at all. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Trustee Frank DeCosla, if you want to go ahead.
Yes, hi, thank you. My question is, it's more around the comment. I think the important question to ask is the why. Why is this coming up now? What is the genesis of the request? And is there something that we're missing? I think is probably more important than the means of what we're trying to accomplish here. And that might allow us an opportunity to explore maybe some voids that we might have somewhere in our system, may it be at the school level, at the administration level, or at the school council level. And if that's the case, and this is a perfect, as much as it's a challenge, there's also what my favorite colleague says, the opportunity for us to explore and to make whatever necessary changes. And then if it requires a policy to come forth to address some of those concerns or challenges, then I think that's probably something that would be advantageous to everyone. Before we go to the consultation process, I think those are really the questions we should be asking, and where is it really originating from, or what's allowing us to say, if we're moving in this direction, why are we moving into this direction? More importantly, I think, as well. So I just want to make that commentary.
Thank you, Trustee DeCosla. Any other questions, comments before I pass it over to Trustee Mario Pascucci? All right, Trustee Mario Pascucci, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, sorry. Madam Director, if you want to capture the thought that you had, I agree with you 100%. It should go in for consultation. I agree with Frank, the genesis question and the idea, and let's see doing it better and how it interplays, et cetera. It is a plate of pasta, so to speak. Every strand touches another strand. So if I may, Madam Director, can you suggest something that you can work with as staff? But the only criteria that I'd like to get to is that it comes back as quickly as possible without compromising its effectiveness.
Okay, so that the Board Bylaw and Policy Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that staff develop a report based on this evening's delegation, and you're going to have to give me a minute, I'm stumbling a bit. That staff develop a report that contemplates representation of parents and guardians of students with an identified exceptionality on Catholic school councils.
That's perfect. And CP reserved, do you want to put that in there somewhere? The CP reserved?
I don't think we need that at this point.
Okay,
It's not really policy. You just want a report to contemplate whether or not this is something that is worth pursuing.
Okay, let's not complicate. Let's not make it more complex than it has to be. So move, Madam Director. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Pascucci. Any discussion? No, we've already had discussion, but now that the motion's been on the floor, any discussion or questions?
Just clarify the motion. Could you reread it for one more time?
I can't.
Through the chair, that the Board Bylaw and Policy Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that staff develop a report to look at the feasibility of the representation of parents and guardians of students with an identified exceptionality on Catholic school councils.
Boy, that was a good one.
Okay. Do I have someone to move this motion?
I'll move, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Pascucci. Any opposed? Seeing none. So all are in favor, this motion passes.
Thank you, everybody.
So through the chair, with respect to the policy that's in front, I believe there's been through direction to remove the amendment that is adding that position. But there was one other amendment to the policy, which is 3.4, where the maximum number of parent members shall be 15, as opposed to the minimum number of parents should be 15. So trustees can do two things. You could pass, you could pass this policy as amended, and it will be included in the minutes that the removal of just give me 1 second. The removal of 3.2E from it will be included in the minutes, so it's not captured there. Or you could ask for this to be deferred altogether, because really, even if you change the maximum number of parent members, it's not going to take effect until next year, anyways.
Okay, thank you, Madam Director. Trustee Anna De Silva has her hand raised, and Trustee Anna and Trustee Sharon Holben.
Sorry, Bria.
That's okay.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, why are we changing that? Why is that a problem, or why do we need to change that?
Superintendent Breton?
Yeah, so through the chair, local Catholic school councils, as every principals in the beginning of the school year determine membership, try to encourage as many members as possible. Where it does get a little complicated is if it's over 15 members, and that means voting members. Some feedback that has come forward is in order to get quorum, that means the more members there would be, the more members half of those more members would have to be attending our local Catholic school council meetings, and principals were fighting it a challenge to get that quorum in the beginning of the year. Let's say if 30 parents were very interested in being voting members, and by voting members, I mean those parent members who are not only holding those 5 positions as per the regulation, but bylaws can also be passed in which there could be as well as those 5. Where do we draw the line in terms of a maximum number? So this policy recommends a max of 15 to just simplify it and ensure that there would be quorum and there would be a maximum number of 15 as per the recommendation for the policy.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. So can I ask you, how many schools have more than 15?
Through the chair, we do have quite a few. At the top of my head, I know there are 5.
5 schools that have more than 15? Like how many over 15 do they have?
Through the chair, I do know there is one high school that has between 18 and 20.
Voting members.
Correct, voting members.
And the reason that they have those voting members because they changed their bylaws to include those voting members, is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. And through the chair, I can confidently say that this year alone, we had one elementary school have to go to a community-wide election to determine the number of members for that particular council as reflected in their bylaws.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. I'm excited that there's so many people that want to be involved. However, as you say, there is a need to make sure that people are clear about what the commitment is when they are a voting member, and that they do need to make sure that they're attending all meetings and that they just can't just drop in. And so I'm just wondering if there is an issue with the messaging that's going out with regards to what it means to be a voting member, and whether people understand the responsibility involved and the impacts it has. I prefer not to change it because I don't want to limit. I know in many councils, they have just a basic minimum. And if they have a few more parents, sometimes they want to create a bylaw that, allows them to add those parents in above the, most council, I think, have 5 or 6, 7, maybe max people that are voting members. And so I don't want to limit that or curtail the enthusiasm But, also, are we doing our job in terms of clarifying what it means to be a voting member and what the responsibilities are? And also the other thing, is this a phenomena because of Zoom, or is this because, now more people can attend? And if so, then maybe it does need to change. So, I thank you for clarifying that. I'll have to think about whether I would support that or not. Thank you.
And through the chair, Trustee De Silva, to answer your two specific questions, principals do, when communicating with their parent community, when they hand out submission for nomination forms, the nomination forms come in, and at that initial meeting, principals have a scripted criteria in which they would go over with all their members in terms of what that membership means, what is quorum, the meetings for the year, and the commitment it takes. So principals do communicate that with all of their parents before they actually decide on who the members are going to be composed of for the year. But also, to answer your second question as well, is that we're always communicating with many of our Catholic School Council members, and in particular, we don't want to exclude anybody, and which is why, again, I go by to the recommendation of the 15 members as per the policy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Ana De Silva. Trustee Sharon Hoban.
Oh, thanks, Madam Chair. I initially was the same way. I was questioning the 15 but then when you talk about quorum, that's absolutely true that, people are all excited at the beginning of the year and then they begin to drop off. But also, and I have seen councils really come back and the numbers are really high and it's really exciting to see them. But then the principals are also explaining that, the meetings are open to all the parents and that they don't have to be voting members to attend a meeting. And that seems to make people feel more comfortable. So I initially was concerned about it, but the quorum is a big issue. I know, especially halfway through the year, they begin to drop off. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Trustee Hoban. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, hearing none. I think it's probably better if we go ahead as Director Mazzarato had recommended with the motion that's on page 132, which would include the removal of 3.2E. And then we can deal with that after as well. So the motion on page 132 is that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt the revised policy 4.01 Catholic School Councils as amended. Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, carried. Okay, H4. Page 157, policy 6.02, records and information management will be presented by Superintendent Strong. Director Mazzarato.
Yes, thank you. And before Superintendent Strong presents this policy, I ask for receipt.
Okay, moved by Trustee Stefano Pascucci. Thank you. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Superintendent Strong, it's all yours.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm joined this evening by Tina McKinnon, who's the Manager of Records Management, Access and Privacy. And for trustees this evening, before them is the Records and Information Management Policy and Gap. Earlier in 2020, staff brought forward an updated policy for trustees for consideration for our Records and Information Management Policy that would bring Dufferin Peel into legislative compliance. That policy is attached for your review. It is on page 159 of your package. What is before trustees for consideration this evening is the gap that flows from that policy. GAP 540 is the classification and records and retention schedule. It is enormous. So I'm going to do my best to walk trustees through the salient parts for your consideration. So the records and retention schedule was developed by a multidisciplinary team that focuses specifically on school boards and records management with the legislative compliance for both provincial and federal policy and legislation. This team included 2 law firms, Keel Cottrell and Miller Thompson. It also included multiple privacy experts, as well as PIM, which is the Privacy and Information Management Working Group of OASBO. Together and collaboratively, they put together this retention schedule, which was vetted and consolidated against both pieces of federal and provincial legislation. If trustees go to page 169 to 152 of your package, 172 of your package, what we have provided is a legend. So this legend is full of the citations as well as the definitions and abbreviations that the trustees will find in the actual retention schedule itself. Starting on page 173 of your package, you will find the full classification and records retention schedule. This goes all the way through to page 225. So the way that the retention schedule is set out is you're going to have the department, you're going to have the record, you're going to have the retention schedule, and then the citation. For trustees' reference, we have included a citation document. You're going to find that on page 226 to 270. We're going to start out with all of the provincial legislation and regulations and their associated citations, and then that is followed closely behind with the federal legislation and citations. So for your consideration, this records retention schedule is fully legislatively compliant and is consistent with the other retention schedules that have been adopted by Ontario school boards across the province. And before trustees consider the motion, I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Strong. Questions? No questions?
Actually, Madam Chair, I just
Trustee
question, just
Stefano
a quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Very extensive. So, bravo, and I probably missed it. Now that we are live streaming our meetings and everything else, would these live streamed meetings and then archive, I guess, posted meetings for future reference, would they be in this document as well for when they need to be, I guess, removed, effectively destroyed, I guess, if you want to call it, off the internet?
Through the chair, I'm going to have to turn that question over to Tina McKinnon to find out where. I'm not sure about the records retention for YouTube, to be honest. This does create a board record. However,
yeah, it's for our meeting, right? Yeah.
Correct. Typically, when you talk about a retention schedule, you're talking about the records that are in control of the organization. Given that this is published on the YouTube, a public internet site, we don't technically own that record, that piece of the record any longer. So what the records retention schedule is in reference to is documents and records that would be in our possession that we have care and control over.
Okay. Thank you. And I see Tina nodding her head. So did you want to add anything? Sorry, to you, Madam Chair, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Trustee Pascucci. I have Director Monserrato.
Through the chair, if you look on page 162, it makes reference to the retention for board records, and it's the meetings and it's the agendas. So we have requirements around meeting agendas and minutes, but we don't have any requirement around what transpires during the meeting.
So meetings.
Minutes of meetings.
Yeah, minutes and meetings. Yes.
The minutes of meetings and the agendas of regular in-camera and special board meetings. Those are permanent records.
And that would include recordings of
No,
meetings.
through the
Okay.
chair, no.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Trustee Piscucci. Did Tina want to say anything or comment to?
Yes, through the chair, the director is 100% correct. The meeting minutes and the agendas are permanent records of the board. They actually last 5 years after the board is dissolved. They are the one true record of the board. The recordings of these proceedings are, again, Superintendent Strong is correct. They are not our records. We are not in custody of them, nor do we have control over them. Therefore, they are not considered a record of the board.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Tina. I have Trustee Sharon Hoban, followed by Trustee Luz Del Rosario.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I was reading this, I was interested to see around emails, texts, digital media, websites, etc. And I'm wondering, do we communicate to our staff in our schools, etc., that anything done on board owned I can't think of the word. Anything that the board owns is part of the board's property? That it's part of our records?
So through the chair, there's a fairly common understanding on the corporate side of the house about the intellectual property and the ownership that is conferred upon the board about lessons, materials, anything that is developed in under the umbrella of exercising your duties under the Education Act is in fact owned by Dufferin Peel. Further on in this evening, you will see that we are going to bring forward policies with respect to cybersecurity and electronic monitoring. These type of issues are often captured in numerous places in gaps with respect to appropriate use of our IT services. Following tonight, what we are working on with the Records and Information Management Department is the training schedule on the retention document. So we will be looking at breaking down the retention schedule into the appropriate training for the targeted groups. So we can ensure that we highlight various pieces that need to be brought to individuals' attention.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hoban. I have Trustee Luz Del Rosario.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Superintendent Strong, just clarification on item Ontario 27, Schedule 1, Employers, Wages and Record, and Ontario 28, Accident and First Aid Records. It says not specified on the requirements of retention. So what do we do with the employees' report? Like when there's an incident report and we have to file a Schedule 1 report, do we just keep it with the employee's file up to the time that employee terminates or leaves, retires?
So through the chair, if you could point me to the page on the retention schedule. It would, my apologies, it's just so
sorry.
big.
I know it is a big file. It took me a while to kind of grasp them all. Page 230, Ontario 27. So about 1, 2, 3, 4 number on the page.
On the citation schedule.
Yes, on the citations table.
Okay. So what I would recommend then is we cross-reference that back with the actual retention schedule, because the citation schedule is simply to provide the legislative framework for what we build our retention off of. So in many cases, what the citation schedule does is just sets the floor, right? So it sets the minimum requirements that we are by law. So what I would do, if you just indulge me for a few minutes, is I would go back to the HR section and look up the health and safety records component of that, because we wouldn't destroy a record like that.
Right.
There would be an associated retention with it. And if you give me a few minutes, I can look that up for you.
You don't have to. I just want to
Okay.
kind of follow the process, because where it is not specified, it makes you wonder, like, okay, what happens to that record? Because when you go down to page 231, under Ontario 36, you go down to workers' compensation, prosecution. So this is the prosecution side of WCB or WSIB.
Yes.
But prior to that, there would be records on WSIB claims and all that. Looking at this section, Ontario 36, it gives us only plus 2 years to retain it, right? Last event and plus 2 years. So there would be situations there that it could take longer because it's appeals and all that goes on. So again, do you go back to that process where you go back to retention and tie it into the HR record? Because thinking of WSIB cases, we know it doesn't end in 2 years. That doesn't happen. Sorry. Takes longer and it comes back to you. It's already clear and it still comes back, right? So it worries me that we may have an employee that may have had a WSIB claim, then it got better, and then it could come back. There's still that situation. Would we be able to get those documents is what my question is.
So through the chair, the best way to answer that is that while a responsive record may be created under one category, it is very common for the responsive record created under a single category to then be retained in a secondary category. And to give you an example of that, I'm going to go back to my employee relations days, and we could think there could be a time that an incident report, such as one of the ones that you're discussing, could happen, and that could lead potentially to a labor relations issue. That responsive report is now retained in the labor relations record as well as in the other place. So when I take a look at incidents with respect to an incident report, if I pull up our actual retention schedule on that, it looks like we are retaining it. It's page 186 roughly, if you want to take a look at it, from the incident plus 3 years. But in the event that anything transpires from that record, a secondary record is almost always created. And that would be any litigation file, any adjudication file, or anything like that. Unfortunately, in my world, a lot of that happens, and it has kind of a trickle-down effect.
So you ended up having secondary file that connects to that case.
That's
like WSIB cases that kind of turn into a grievance and turn into another case. Thank you. That is just a process that I'd like to understand. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Superintendent Strong.
Thank you, Trustee Del Rosario. Are there any other questions for staff for item H4? Hearing no other questions. So the second motion on page 158 reads that the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee recommends to the Board of Trustees that revised policy 6.02 records and information management be approved and adopted as amended. Would someone like to move this motion? Thank you, Trustee Del Rosario. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Okay, we now move on to item H5, which starts on page 271 of your agenda. The new electronic monitoring will be presented by Superintendent Strong as well. Director Mazzarato.
To the chair, I ask for receipt.
I move.
Thank you. Trustee Thomas has moved. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Back to you, Superintendent Strong.
Thank you. Through the chair this evening, I'm pleased to bring forward to you a new policy on electronic monitoring. Recently, the provincial government passed Bill 88, otherwise known as the Working for Workers Act. This piece of legislation, which very quickly moved its way through the House and received royal assent, amends 8 other pieces of legislation. Those pieces of legislation in our world do include both the Occupational Health and Safety Act and the Employment Standards Act. One of those pieces requires for employers of a certain size, of the size of Dufferin Peel, to have a standalone policy that articulates electronic monitoring of staff. It needs to articulate under what type of circumstances staff or students would be monitored and how that information would be accessed. The specifics of the monitoring, specifically the how and the where, can be found on page 273 of your package in the proposed gap. For trustees, I would like to point out that the types of electronic monitoring need to be included in the policy and the gap. Whether or not the employer engages in active electronic monitoring, which Dufferin Peel does not. So I want to make the distinction between having electronic monitoring and then the active electronic monitoring of staff. Dufferin Peel does engage in electronic monitoring for all of its electronic systems, email, internet, various hardware and software. All the applications that transverse our network infrastructure for cybersecurity. But we also have devices like on personal devices that will connect to the network. They can tell location specificity. We have GPS on our vehicles, which we use for asset management. And we have security cameras, which do protect the building and security of our sites. While these electronic monitoring components exist, they exist in a passive sense. And what the policy and the gap does, it does articulate under what circumstances would that information be accessed. For trustees' consideration on page 273, bullet point 4, this articulates how and when the information on electronic monitoring will be accessed by staff at Dufferin Peel. It indicates that the systems and the disclosure may be accessed and under one or more of the following circumstances. In the inspection, monitoring, or disclosure is required or consistent with applicable law, our policies or procedures, or a recently issued or appropriately issued subpoena or court order. Those typically cases of IP addresses, we've seen that in some criminal cases. If there's a reasonable suspicion that there's been a violation of law or our policies and procedures may have occurred, in the event that there is an assault or graffiti, our security systems would be accessed. A reasonable suspicion that a threat or threat occurs to Dufferin Peel students or staff, or the property may have occurred or is about to occur. And if there's any time-dependent or critical operational needs, supporting both the infrastructure and our students and our staff. On the back, on page 274, trustees will find the legislative references for the gap, and I'm happy to answer any questions that trustees may have.
Thank you, Superintendent Strong. Are there any questions on item H5? Trustee Bruno Ainika.
Just a quick one, Madam Chair. Superintendent Strong talked about the monitoring of staff, students, and employees. That would include trustees as well, correct?
Through the chair, what we're talking about is the electronic monitoring of our network traffic. So anyone who's on Dufferin Peel's network, yes. Including trustees, correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Ainika. Any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Trustee Stefano Piscucci.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification for Trustee Bruno Ainika's question in your answer, Superintendent Strong. Do they have to be attached to the network, correct? So for example, if I was to use my board issued computer, not through a VPN, so if I was just to check my email very quickly, that would not be something that would be looked at or controlled by the board, right?
So through the chair, no one is looking at
no, I'm just, it has to be physically connected through the VPN because what I'm asking for is that if staff are using something at home, for example, as if it's not controlled via the VPN or connected via the VPN, the gathering of information wouldn't occur. Correct.
So through the chair, I'm going to be showing my true colors with respect to how much IT knowledge I have. And thank God.
Same as much as I do, probably.
Thank God Manager Alfredo is here. And he's going to come to my rescue because he can see that I'm drowning here. Network infrastructure certainly isn't my bailiwick. But I'm certainly happy to have Alfredo answer if he's.
Neither is mine as well. I know how to turn on a computer, and I know how to turn off a computer and let it run out of battery.
I don't have the cloud. So, Alfredo, are you here, or should I just take this offline?
I'm here, Steph.
Thank
To the
you.
chair, thank you, and thank you, Steph. To answer, to kind of put to your question, Trustee Stefano or Trustee Bascucci. Currently, yes, any devices that are on premise within the Dufferin Peel network infrastructure naturally will traverse our electronic systems, where we are able to have some visibility as to what the traffic or what kind of traffic is flowing through, and that also applies to any Dufferin Peel devices, mobile devices particularly, that have a VPN, what we call an IPsec or a VPN application running through that needs to be initiated by the client. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. I just because it's I was just out of curiosity. So thank you very much. And sorry, Stephanie, for putting you on the spot there with the IT knowledge. Thank you, Alfredo, as well, for your help.
Thank you, Trustee Pascucci. Any other questions? Seeing none. So there is another motion on page 272 that reads that the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee recommends to the Board of Trustees that the new policy, electronic monitoring, be approved and enacted as amended. Would someone like to move this motion? Thank you, Trustee Thomas. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Okay, we now move on to item H6, which starts on page 275 of your agenda, new policy 39.00. This has been renamed Keeping Children Safe, a Duty to Report, as was noted on your top sheet this evening. Director Mazzarato.
Thank you. And through the chair, I ask for receipt of this report.
Trustee Bruno Ianica has his hand raised. Thank you. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. So Superintendent Papaloni.
Good evening. Through the chair this evening, I'm happy to bring forward new policy 39, keeping children safe and duty to report. The Dufferin Peel Catholic District believes that safe schools are critical to students' well-being, positive experiences, and sense of belonging. In January 2020, the Ministry of Education published a PPM 166 that directs school boards to establish and follow a protocol for the response to suspected sex trafficking occurrences. And policy 39, keeping children safe and duty to report, has been created to ensure compliance with PPM 166 regarding human trafficking and is in line with our duty to report children in need of protection. The associated gaps have also been created, 115, and gap 108 has been updated to reflect the new policy 39, which incorporates the anti-human trafficking PPM from the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Papaloni. Are there any questions for item H6? Hearing no questions. Okay. Second motion is on page 276 that the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee recommends to the Board of Trustees that new policy 39.00, keeping children safe, duty to report, be approved and adopted. Would someone like to move this motion? Trustee Anna Da Silva, thank you. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. So we move on to item H7, starts on page 320. It's the new policy advocacy school concerns resolutions will be presented by Council Beck. Director Mazzarato.
Through the chair, I ask for receipt of this report.
Would like to move receipt. Thank you. Trustee Stefano Pascucci's moved receipt. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. It's all yours, Council Beck.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, before trustees this evening is a new policy to address concerns raised by students, parents, and guardians about specific aspects of school operations, such as actions and decisions of staff, local school policies, school facilities, local school programs and services, by way of example. To be clear, this policy does not address concerns raised by staff or by vendors. Those concerns are addressed through specific policies pertaining to these groups in the HR, ER, and finance realms, respectively. So this policy before you tonight sets out the role of the school community member, and that's defined as a student, a parent, or guardian. So it sets out the role of the school community members, trustees, principals, superintendents, and others in resolving concerns with a view to making the process streamlined, consistent, equitable, and responsive. Generally speaking, if I could summarize how the process is proposed to work, a concern is first raised with the person who is responsible for the area. So for example, it could be the classroom teacher. If the school community member is not satisfied, then they can request that it be escalated to the principal. There are some matters, such as complaints about the school facility issues, that would go directly to the principal from the school community member. But in this case, in this example, we'll start with the classroom teacher, goes to the principal when that's not resolved by the classroom teacher. And then the principal will attempt to resolve the concern, but the school community member can also ask that it be escalated to the family school superintendent. At any time in the process of the resolution process, the principal or the family of schools SO will involve other staff with subject matter expertise as appropriate, such as equity, human resources, support services, planning and operations, finance, and legal, just to name a few. So it's a very consultative process. There may be times, however, that something needs to take a different avenue. For example, if there is complaint about a staff member's actions by a school community member, it may become apparent that it needs to go the route of the HR, ER realm, and that process then shifts gears to whatever the processes are required by that department. But at each step, the school community member is made aware of the process and the timelines, and there is a consistent approach to each attempt to resolve a concern. So if the matter is not resolved at the family of school superintendent level, the school community member may request that the matter be escalated to the Office of the Associate Director of Instructional Services. If not satisfied at that level, then the school community member may escalate to the director, by requesting through the Associate Director of Instructional Services Office that it be escalated. There's not a direct line to the director at this point. This means that the director will review the concern and staff response to it and the attempts at resolution and decide whether or not it should be sent back to the Associate Director's office for further review and consideration. And through this policy, that's where it ends in the internal process and the director's decision is final. Of course, nothing in this policy prohibits a school community member from pursuing their options through external avenues, such as the Human Rights Commission, Ontario College of Teachers, and the Ombudsman's office, but it offers a resolution process within our organization that respects the roles of each person and what they have to offer and their expertise, and it provides supports in a timely, equitable, and respectful manner. The policy does recognize, as I mentioned, the role that each individual plays within the organization, and that includes trustees. So it recognizes that trustees play a crucial role in directing school community members to the policies and procedures and advising them of the fastest and most efficient way for resolving concerns. That is through following the steps in the policy. It also takes pressure off trustees as they have a policy they can point to, which clearly outlines what the Education Act says about a trustee's role. which includes entrusting the day-to-day management of the operation of the board, the corporate board, to the director. Trustees, for example, when receiving the concern, will refer the school community member to the resolution process in this policy. However, if the matter has board-wide implications, that trustee is free to bring the matter to the Board of Trustees as usual. So through this report, staff requests that the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that policy, the current policy, which is rather old, Policy 2.0, concerns and requests raised by parents, guardians, and public, be rescinded and replaced with this new policy, School Concerns Resolution. And I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Council Beck. Are there any questions, discussion for item H7? Trustee Sharon Hoban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of clarification. So the trustee receives an issue. We're to send it to the superintendent. And where am I getting confused about in order for it to go to the director, it then goes to the associate? Am I correct?
Through the chair, the idea is that if the school community member isn't satisfied with the associate director's conclusion, that they can request that the director review it. So the director reviews it, but isn't involved in the actual resolution process one-on-one with the school community member, unless the director feels that there needs to be an exception to the application of the policy for that specific complaint or concern.
So thank you, but how does it get to the associate?
It originally gets to the associate director once it goes from the principal to the family of school superintendent. If the resolution fails there, it goes to the associate director. It then gets escalated to the director only if it fails at the associate director's level, but then the director can direct it back to the associate director to say, look at it again.
So just a point of clarification. So XYZ calls the trustee about an issue. The trustee then says, thank you, Mrs. XYZ. I'm going to send this over to the superintendent. The superintendent gives Mrs. XYZ an answer. Mrs. XYZ is not happy with the answer. And then Mrs. XYZ comes back to the trustee and says, I'm not happy with the answer. Then the trustee moves it to the associate. That's the gap. That's the missing part that I'm trying to figure out.
So through the chair, the draft policy contemplates that it is the family of school superintendent that would then escalate it to the associate director. So Mrs. XYZ would say, I don't like your answer, take it to the associate director. But I recognize trustees may get the phone calls too.
So, but we're assuming that the superintendent, when they're told, when Mrs. XYZ said, I'm not happy with the answer, we're assuming that the superintendent will send it to the associate instead of saying, but that's my answer.
If I may.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, the intent of this is to articulate a path for people to resolve concerns that they might have. And a trustee could get a call at every level of it, right? A trustee might get a call when it's something that involves a single teacher in a school, right? And that's where it's an opportunity, to educate the parent on what the process would be, is to say, have you tried having that conversation with the teacher? Yeah, I did. It didn't work so well. Have you tried with the principal? So part of your role is ensuring that you're able to help parents navigate, or students navigate, how to resolve an issue that they might have, right? Yeah. And to your point, Trustee Hoban, you may have a situation where you've said, if it's something to do with the principal, and you've said, well, have you had the conversation with the principal? No, I'm going to go back and have that conversation with the principal. The parent might call you back right? You're
Mhm.
still going to make sure that the superintendent's aware, but the parent might call you back and say, that didn't go so well.
Mhm.
To which you would say, okay, we're going to escalate it to the superintendent, right? So that doesn't necessarily mean that, that your only role is when somebody calls you is to say, sorry, washing my hands,
No.
follow this, but it's to help them to navigate it. And it's built on a principle that the best way to resolve things is for the two individuals that are in conflict. But we know that that doesn't always happen. And because of that, then there's a pathway for them to escalate it to get to be able to resolve it.
And Dr. Mazzarata, that's exactly what I do. And but there could be a time, and there has been times when the parent is not happy with the answer that the superintendent gives them, or how, for whatever the situation is, and comes back to the trustee. I just want to get clarification.
And that
Does
would
the
be
trustee now go to the associate?
I would say yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're fine to do that, right? We just want to make sure that we've articulated a framework for
Yes.
resolving this.
Yes.
I think the difference is you're working in an advocacy role to ensure that the parent is put in the parent or student is put in the right direction to have this resolved, right?
Yes.
Sometimes if you point them to the principal and they don't like the result and it gets escalated to the superintendent, they don't like that result, they may on their own say, I want to speak to the next person up. They may not come back to you, but if they do come back to you, you're more than encouraged to say, try, we're going to escalate it to this.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hoban. I have Trustee Frank DeCosta next.
Oh, I thought it's me.
Thank you. How about if they're not?
Pardon me?
Sorry?
I had my hand up.
Luz. Oh,
go ahead, Luz.
Sorry, I just put it down because I thought it was me next.
No problem. Okay. Trustee Luz Del Rosario, and then Frank.
And then Anna.
And then Anna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I took it down because I thought you noticed it. Just following through that question, I have had situations too that basically they had talked to the principal, talked to the superintendent, and then they come to me and they're still not happy. And so I navigated it back to the superintendent, but sometimes I don't get the response or how it ended. So that's a key item as well that we need to keep in mind, because they were already not happy. And the other situation I have too is like, what about for transportation? Do I still send that to the superintendent? I know I just go directly to Daniel or to Matthew. Transportation and anything about HEPA filters that so far for the last few weeks, that's what I've been getting. I didn't go to my superintendent. I copied my superintendent for most of it, if I remember. Sorry, guys. But I do share with my superintendents. But do I still send that to the superintendent, or could we go directly to let's say Matthew for transportation question?
Through the chair, I think it would be helpful just to copy your superintendent so that they're aware of the issues that are being resolved, but we also don't want to put in we don't want to obstruct working toward a resolution. So yes, for that HEPA filters are under the purview of superintendent of plant and operations, that busing is under, right? So it's fine for you to elevate that or to bring that to the attention to the individuals that have that in the portfolio, or if it's something to do with a program issue, a resource issue, etc. But I think just as a courtesy, it would be helpful to ensure that your superintendent's in the loop over those questions.
Right. Okay. So we're still doing okay as long as, yes, I do copy my superintendent as much as I'm able, but I follow it through. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Trustee Del Rosario. I now have Trustee Frank DeCosla.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. How about if they're not happy with the trustee?
That never happens.
I'm
Never
just
once.
kidding. Don't answer that question, Margaret. That was just me being facetious. What I want to really ask the question is, have we received or considered any feedback from the Ombudsman's office in reference to some complaints that went to them about our process?
It's an interesting question because I don't recall having involvement with the Ombudsman's office around our specific process for resolving issues.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's a good thing.
Yeah,
I guess. Okay. The only comment I can make is there has been some instances, not very recent for me, but where calls would go to the superintendent's office and they would get flagged, or someone would field the calls, and then they would be bounced back to the school. So, and then some of those calls that I received, those become extremely frustrating because when the calls go in, the expectation is that someone from that office, maybe a superintendent, is going to call back the parent, rather they're just redirected maybe from the administrator or for the administrative assistant back to the school without really knowing what the full story is as well. So I think there might be some focus on that when parents might make those calls. What is the process there? Because those become much more contentious when, you know, a parent has gone through the process and then places a call to the superintendent, which is the second level, and then they're just bounced back to the school without really having the opportunity to say, I've already done this. So I don't know if there's any reflection around that.
Well, through the chair, this is an opportunity to review that, because I think the commitment is that we really want to work collaboratively with those that are bringing forward concerns to resolve it. And in order to resolve it, you need all the information you need in order to do that. So if this policy gets passed on October 24th, if there's a recommendation this evening to take it forward to the 24th and it gets passed, it's an opportunity for us to do some updated in-servicing around it as well, and to address that issue that you've raised.
Great. And just another reflection is really around discretion. You know, our principals have discretion, right? And they have the right to exercise that discretion, may it be in terms of discipline, in terms of organizing classrooms, in terms of several other instances, right? And I know that when parents call, they think there's an exact science to it when in fact there isn't. There is always that opportunity granted to maybe superintendents and also to principals to exercise that discretion, what I consider to be is reasonable discretion, right? And so I don't see, very rarely do I hear that. And it's interesting because when I do share that with parents and tell them that they have a legislation, they're guided by their legislation, but also there's discretion, certainly then the conversation starts to fold into understanding the authority of that decision and the person making that decision as well. That becomes very helpful. I don't see it happen much, but when it is shared and used, it becomes a very interesting tool, which really calms a lot of the concerns that come to my office anyway, or to me. It's just
Agreed, Trustee.
Personally share.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeCosla. I have Trustee Anna De Silva.
Hi, yes, this is, thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of issues that are related to race or human rights type of things. I'm going to talk specifically about, racial type of things that have occurred. Is there an additional step, or is there, I know that we have a diversity representative. Is there is there some additional steps that we would take or that would be taken in those circumstances?
Through the chair, yes, there would be a consultation with the superintendent of equity and inclusive education. That's articulated in the policy.
Okay.
Just trying to
But
find
it's not necessarily in the process then.
It is part of the process.
It is, but it would be
Yes.
like a sort of a secondary process.
No, all staff when appropriate, consult with staff and or their designate with expertise in the subject matter of the concern. So as soon as that concern has been raised, depending on the nature of the concern, and you'll find that on pages 324 and 325, it identifies, if it's a privacy concern for students, then that's the superintendent or manager responsible for that area. If it's a curriculum issue, it's our superintendent of program. If there's an equity or racial undertone to the concern being brought forward, then that's where it needs to go. There needs to be consultation with individuals.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Trustee De Silva. Are there any other questions of staff on item H7? Hearing none. So the motion on page 321 that the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee recommends to the Board of Trustees that policy 2.0 concerns and requests raised by parents, guardians, and the public be rescinded, and that new policy school concerns resolution be approved and enacted. Would someone like to move this motion? Trustee Anna De Silva. Yeah, thank you. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. All right, moving on to item H8, starts on page 329, revised policy 9.03, progressive discipline will be presented by Council Beck. Director Mazzarotto.
Through the chair, I ask for receipt of the report.
Yep, move receipt by Trustee Bruno Ionica. Thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Back to you, Council Beck.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, policy 9.03 progressive discipline was amended to reflect requirements of PPM 145 and to update it to better reflect the climate of student discipline today, recognizing that each incident and each student must be looked at individually, always taking into consideration mitigating and other factors, and ensuring that progressive discipline is equitable and best supports the growth of students, and that it is indeed progressive. The draft before you tonight looks completely different than the existing policy in GAP, but there are two main substantive changes, or actually three main substantive changes that have been made to make it more substantive and less philosophical, so that it is a guide that staff can follow and refer to. Number one is our current process for serious offenses which fall under section 310 of the Education Act. Our current process involves notifying the superintendent, notifying the associate director of instructional services and myself on all matters where these offenses occur. And then we subsequently update the director. The Education Act, however, speaks to offenses that are, for these serious offenses, that are motivated by hate. We have added, first of all, we are permitted to add offenses under section 310 of the Education Act through policy, offenses that our board considers to be considered to be egregious and for which a principal must suspend. So we've added hate offenses as serious offenses, but regardless of motivation or intent, unlike what the Education Act says that it has to be motivated by it. We recognize that impact is more important to consider than intent in many circumstances. And given the seriousness of hate offenses, For these specific offenses, it is now mandatory through this policy and gap that the director and the superintendent of equity be informed immediately of all incidents that arise that may involve a hate element. And then they become part of the internal consultation team. So that's a big substantive change to this gap. Another change is that the Education Act also calls sexual assault as a Section 310 serious offense for which a principal must suspend the student for. There are some incidents where it's unclear if something is sexual assault or it's undefined or in certain circumstances. And we've attempted to clarify that by adding a new offense as a serious offense, also under the same section as sexual assault, as sexually inappropriate behavior, to recognize that any sexual offense is a serious offense that requires escalation to the associate director and legal services. The gap also clarifies the role that each member plays in progressive discipline and emphasizes that fairness is not sameness, and highlights that each student's individual situation has to be considered and their circumstances may be mitigating factors in determining the outcome of a suspension. The third, or the fourth actually, major change is that we have added the requirements, the new-ish requirements pertaining to suspensions for serious offenses for children in kindergarten ages, in kindergarten to grade 3. And through this report, staff request that the Board Bylaws Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that revised policy 9.03 and associated gap be approved and enacted as. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Council Beck. Are there any questions for item H8? I see Trustee Sharon Hoban has her hand raised. I don't see anyone else. Go ahead, Trustee Hoban.
Thank you through the chair. And Council Beck, does the law have a definition of hate?
Through the chair. Okay, so what I have done is I have researched what criminal harassment is, what harassment is in general, and have looked to the Ontario Human Rights Commission and the Ontario Human Rights Code. And we have put together a definition, and it speaks about harassment based on any of the protected grounds under the Ontario Human Rights Code. And I'm just going to turn to that definition because I think it's really important. If I could just highlight it, just give me a moment and I'll just turn to it. Okay. We highlight that it is regardless of motivation or intent. And we say that it's harassment based on citizenship, race, and all of the protected grounds under the Ontario Human Rights Code. And we list those. But then we go on to say that harassment, this hate crime, hate offenses also include comments, jokes, name calling, display of pictures or behavior that insults a person. So it goes beyond what one may think is just blatant hate offenses. It's regardless of intent. So when people make jokes that may insult or put people down or offend them because of their identity, that is considered hate. So we put all of that together. We took it from the Ontario Human Rights Code, from the Ontario Human Rights Commission, and we elevate it to say that it's regardless of intent. And we also elevate it to say that it includes jokes, comments, name calling, display of pictures and things like that.
Thank you. So through the chair, so would this, first of all, do we have a policy around bullying? I'm sure we do.
Through the chair, yes, we do.
Okay. So, so this progressive discipline and in terms of hate from that definition that you've just read would also then apply to bullying.
Through the chair, yes.
Right. Because I just read an article, I think it was, I forget which newspaper it was, but it was the impact of bullying on children and how at the school level, sometimes it's not recognized. And that the mental health of children, how they're affected, and how the inadequacy sometimes, I'm not saying Dr. Peel, but I'm saying in general, the inadequacy in education of how to deal with bullying, even at the younger age of children, and that the terrible impact it has on those children that are being bullied. So I'm just wondering, in terms of progressive discipline, if that will be then used under this particular policy.
I'm sorry, if it's through the chair, just so I understand your question, if what will be used, if like the.
Well,
if
if,
the bullying policy?
if you're talking about name calling, you've just named all those things.
Right.
And that now is under, is a definition of hate. And we have a policy around hate. And so then that would perhaps be applied in terms of children who before maybe just called bullying, and now we're really calling them crimes of hate. Not crimes, but that would apply in the progressive discipline category.
Through the chair, you're absolutely right. And so some name calling that may have been previously thought of as a lesser offense, a 306 offense, is now elevated through this addition of our definition of what a hate offense is.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Trustee Hoban. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. So the second motion on page 330 reads that the Bylaw Policies Review Committee recommends to the Board of Trustees that revised policy 9.03, progressive discipline students, be approved and enacted as amended.
I'd like to move this.
Thank you, Trustee Hoban has moved it. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Okay, item H9, we're getting there. Starts on page 417, revised policy 6.59, school graduations. I'm not certain, is it Director Mazzarato that you're going to be presenting this?
Through the chair, yes, it is. And I asked for receipt before I present it.
Okay, Trustee Luz Del Rosario, thank you. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. You've got the floor, Director.
Great. Through the chair, policy 6.9 school graduations and its associated gap, which is 511.01, governs how school graduations are planned and executed in the board, particularly how Catholicity, liturgy, graduation exercises and honored guests are integrated with each graduation, and recognizing that many non-teaching staff at school, example, custodians, and this was something that Trustee Ionika asked us to consider, so this is why this policy is before you. So custodians, office administrative staff often act as caring adults to many students. A trustee asked that staff specify more explicitly school roles the principal shall invite to school graduations, and staff in the Equity Policy Strategy Research Department updated GAP 511.01 to include a list of school staff, including non-teaching staff, who the principal shall invite personally to each graduation. No content changes were made to policy 6.59 school graduations, but formatting was updated for both the policy and the GAP. And there's one other thing that I want to note tonight as a result of an earlier decision by trustees in this meeting, and that is on page 429. I believe it's section 3.2. It makes reference to the order of the ceremony, which talks about the land acknowledgement and the prayer. This is our opportunity to embed it into this policy here this evening by making that amended change as well to talk about the prayer and then the land acknowledgement. That concludes my presentation, and I'm prepared to take any questions.
Thank you, Madam Director. So I see Trustee Bruno Ionika, Trustee Luz Del Rosario. Trustee Anna, did you have your hand raised or no? No. So Trustee Bruno Ionika, followed by Trustee Luz Del Rosario.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse
You're
me.
welcome.
Just on, I believe it's 426, without going back and forth, but there's a section of who's invited and who can speak. And I'm wondering why the MP and the mayor have the opportunity to speak, because when I go, and I have been invited to a city function in the area of this board that I represent, the trustee, not Bruno, the trustee is an afterthought. And there doesn't appear to be the same level of respect from a speaking perspective as we have issued to other members. And I'm wondering, and I did read, and I think it's 426, but I could be wrong, but that if the mayor does not show up, then the designate does not. I know that I've been to graduations where the local counselor has shown up. The name was announced, and she was allowed to stand up and wave and send, but there's no reciprocation from the city, the same level that we provide to our counterparts. And I would look for equal footing on that.
Through the chair, Trustee Ionika is correct. It is found on page 426, and it's within gap 511.01, and I believe it's 1.3 in there where it identifies. But this is this gap is associated with the trustees' policy. So I suppose if that was something that you wanted to look at, you could. Might I recommend that, maybe the chair of the board might want to reach out to the city or the MPPs to ask for clarification, just so that, rather than addressing it here this evening, maybe just reaching out and saying, can you please clarify what the expectations are when local area trustees are invited to events? So that we can have some consistency and reciprocation when the mayor or the member of parliament is invited to events. That might be a way of at least putting it on their radar, that you have some concern that you're attending events from time to time where you're invited, you're not either acknowledged or even invited to speak.
Yeah, the reason I asked, Madam Chair, is, recently a sign was the ribbon cutting for a sign at the corner of Dundas and here, Ontario. And everybody was talking about the area, but nobody really knew the history of it. And I had grown up there, and I was telling them what was on that corner, what was on that corner, what was here, what was there. They had no clue, but they were the ones speaking. I didn't anticipate or expect anything more than what I got, which was nothing. But at the time, I have to tell you, I was the mountain of knowledge because I grew up there. Literally, I grew up there. So I'm looking for a little bit of reciprocation. I appreciate the fact, through you, Madam Chair, to the director, that the policy does include for me, I mean, everybody's important, but the people that need to be highlighted as well are the people that spend the most time with all of the kids, and that is the school assistants or school assistant, and the custodial staff, which spend a significant amount of time with the kids as well. So I sincerely appreciate that, and I would be open to the chair reaching out to the city to say, what are the expectations? Whether it's this chair or the next chair, it doesn't really matter to me, to be quite honest with you. I don't have an issue deferring this, but I have a alternate question that may not pertain to this, and maybe we can have that conversation at another point in time. And that is, every secondary school has a graduation, and it's usually in some nice place. And I was wondering if we could look at having one location for multiple secondary school graduations at multiple times, decreasing the cost to our secondary schools, because now you're renting one location for 3 different secondary schools, or 4, depending on the time. And every year, for the sake of an argument, graduation is at 10, 2, 4, and 7, for the sake of an argument, for secondary schools. And the following year, whoever's at 10 moves to the next one. Who's ever at 2 moves to 4. Who's ever at 4 goes to 7. That type of thing. If staff could put that on their radar, just to see what the feasibility of it may or may not be, because I know a lot of parents, you know, they love the ambiance of some of the locations that we have, no doubt. But I don't know what the costs are, but I know that it's been referenced and it's significant to the secondary schools. So if staff could look at that in the future, and report it, bring it back to policy, that would be appreciated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Iannica. So I know Trustee Luz Del Rosario wants to speak, and with my apologies, we are approaching 11 o'clock. So I do need a motion to extend the meeting past 11 till the end of the agenda. Moved by Trustee Del Rosario. Thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Thank you. So we'll continue with Trustee Luz Del Rosario next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, to the point that Trustee Bruno Iannica raised with regards to reciprocity from the city, when they had the Ukrainian flag raising at City Hall, we were invited. Trustees were invited. I actually attended together with our Director of Education. We were not even acknowledged. I was really, I wrote a quick message to our mayor at that time. And I was not really pleased because we were there, they acknowledged everybody else except us. And we were right at the front. So I totally agree with you. We did raise the issue already with the mayor. Where it went, I don't know. So we have to pursue that. And in other events, we have that same situation. But my other item, Madam Chair, was also raised by Trustee Iannica. When I saw this policy being brought up today, I actually thought that the venue for graduation is included into this report, because we have been talking about having a venue for the graduation students that are in the nearby areas. Like I have one school that I had to go all the way to Woodbridge for the graduation. It's a wonderful place, but it's also, some of the parents complain about it. But the difference too that they say is because they were able to bring more family members to the graduation. But I think a few years back, I would say before COVID, we were already talking about this idea. So I was thinking that maybe it would have been here by now. I'm just surprised that nothing was mentioned about venue, because we have raised this basically every year for graduation. We probably just didn't raise it during the time of COVID, but we've raised it every year because it's been wonderful, but then yet you have all over the place and they pay good money, very good money. And for some of them, it's probably not a good good one, but I thought this has already been shared with the principals, that to look at a venue that they can share, and the venue for elementary to consider using their secondary school as the venue for the elementary. So I just want to raise that, because I think we have been talking about the same venue for graduations for a few years now. So I think we really need this time to have a good report brought to the Board of Trustees. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Del Rosario. Are there any other questions?
Sorry, Madam Chair. I know I said don't worry about me, but I actually have a question now.
All right.
If it's
Trustee
my turn,
Stefano
if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. it's your
To you,
turn.
Madam Chair. So in the policy, it outlines who can speak, so on and so forth. Does it also speak to, and I don't see it here, who has a seat at the on the stage, who sits with everybody else? The reason why I ask is because during the last graduations, some school council chairs were allowed to sit on the stage with the other delegates. Some were just sat with the parents, even though they didn't have children who were graduating. So is there a policy on who is allowed to sit, or who should be sitting up there, or and like that? I guess space also dictates.
Yeah, through
but
the chair, it's in the section that talks about platform guests. I believe it's on page 424.
I could have missed that. Thank you very much. 424.
Platform
There it is.
guests for
Thank you very much.
graduation. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, because I was just saying that some schools.
And the chair of the school council should be on the platform.
Okay, thank you. If we can just make sure that that's communicated to administration at a timely manner, obviously not now because they have a whole year to think about it. But if we can just make sure that the school council's chairs are allowed to sit there, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Piscucci. Any other questions? Seeing none. So the motion on page 4.
Sorry,
8.
Madam Chair, sorry, just a typo.
Yeah.
If you don't mind. Madam Director, through Madam Chair, 424. Local MPP, MP, or major should be mayor.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Piscucci. So the second motion on page 418 reads that the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee recommends to the Board of Trustees that policy 6.59 school graduations be approved and enacted as amended. Would someone like to move?
I'll move, Madam Chair.
Trustee Piscucci, thank you. Trustee Stefano Piscucci, thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Okay, so we move on to item H10, which was previously H11. It starts on page 465 of the original agenda, but it was also updated in another agenda on page 438, depending on which version trustees are using. It's a revised policy 4.75, acceptable network use and security. Director Mazzarato, will you be presenting?
No, for this one, Associate Director Del Bianco. There's a misidentification who's presenting this one, but I asked for a receipt before I turn it over to Associate Director Del Bianco.
Perfect. Trustee Bruno Iannica, thank you. I see your hand. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. All right, Associate Director Del Bianco, it's yours.
Thank you, and through the chair, we're right at the bottom of this now. So someone you'll have noticed, and Superintendent Strong brought him to the forefront, but formally introducing this evening before we get into these next two policies, Alfredo Gamboa, who's our manager of network security, and telecommunications. So Alfredo is here to assist with any of the technical questions, should there be any. And I believe, just chiming in now, correct me if I'm wrong, Alfredo, that is Oliver Evans, our senior enterprise and cybersecurity architect, who I think is joining us as well. So 2 policies this evening. I promise I will be quick with regards to the acceptable network use and security policy. It's really an amendment to the GAP, and it's an update to the GAP. So you'll find the policy 487. So we're right at the bottom of the agenda. While it incorporates some house cleaning language and it incorporates some of the elements that you would have heard in some of the other privacy and digital policies this evening, what really the primary update to this particular GAP is changing how we what we allow for passcodes. So I believe, and Alfredo, correct me if I'm wrong here, we're being a lot more specific with the passcodes that we allow and getting away from employee numbers, student numbers, or the use of your last name, just to enhance security. So password shall not contain the user's account name or parts of the user's full name that exceed 2 consecutive characters. Password shall be at least 12 characters in length. So as you'll come to see over the course of this particular update, as well as the next policy, the brand new policy, what Alfredo and team, in this case Oliver, is trying to do is really make our network more and more secure. And this is one step to that process, which is of changing the criteria for which we allow passwords. So I'm available for any questions, as is Alfredo and Oliver, who is here as well, I believe. Otherwise, we are looking for receipt of the revised policy.
Thank you.
Or, sorry, approval of our revised policy.
Thank you, Associate Director Del Bianco, and certainly welcome Alfredo and Oliver. Are there any questions for item H10? Trustee Del Rosario?
So just point of clarification, Madam Chair. So we are now required to do our password in 12 characters, and to avoid using last names or birth date or employee numbers. Is that what it is?
I'll defer to Alfredo, who's our technical expert on it, but Alfredo can provide a bit more of an extensive response to that.
Thank you, Associate Director Del Bianco, and to the chair. That's correct. In the past, what we would see would be examples of people or employees or staff using the same password as their username, therefore making their account completely insecure and vulnerable to be compromised. Security will always start from within an organization, and we are working. Our security team right now are working very diligently to enhance our security posture to mitigate and protect ourselves from cyber threats that are out there, and especially over the past 2 years, the threats have become more evident than before. So yes, Trustee De Rosario, we no longer allow people or staff to use their usernames as their passwords as well as making sure that we've added an extra layer of complexity to the password requirements to make it a little bit more difficult for attackers to try to compromise accounts.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Del Rosario. I have Trustee Bruno Inica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to changing the password, will we still have to go to a school to do it, or can it be done from home?
So through the chair, yes, Trustee Inica, it could be done from home so long as your device is connected through the VPN. It is using the VPN application that's provided on a board device.
Okay.
As well, there is a password, I believe it's a password change application that is available or should be available on the DP Cloud site for staff, so long as they've signed up for it.
Well, Alfredo, you obviously did not hear. If there's an issue with the computer, it's usually between the computer and the back of the chair. And the problem is in the middle. You obviously didn't get that.
So we will see you at the service desk, Trustee Inica. As always, we have your chair ready for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Inica. Any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I have just one question. This is Daryl.
Oh, okay. I've got Trustee Stefano Pascucci and then Trustee Daryl D'Souza after.
Daryl can go first. Go ahead, please.
All right, Trustee Daryl D'Souza.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank
You're
you.
very welcome.
Just a quick question. This is with regard to what is the difference between this 8 characters and 12 characters from a security perspective? Because most companies globally have 8 characters.
To the chair, the difference is on a 8 or 9 character password. It allows individual or staff, for instance, to potentially use a student ID as a default password. So we need to prevent that. And one of the ways to prevent that is to, again, add that layer of complexity to prevent that from happening. Just as an example, we've had various attacks, or I guess attempted attacks, based on the fact that we've had staff members inadvertently change their student accounts within their roster of students in the school to the same username and password. Therefore, the accounts were compromised, and luckily we were able to catch it in time and mitigate around the attack and prevent anything else from happening. So I guess to your question, Trustee D'Souza, it's to prevent to further prevent any staff member, for instance, from assigning the student username, which is typically 9 characters, as a password.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome, Trustee D'Souza. I have Trustee Stefano Pascucci.
Thank you. On the same point regarding the passwords, are we going to be requiring everybody to change them right away, or when they become, I guess, expired? And the reason why I ask is because you have students, not so much now because we're all back in school, but parents are still required to log into their children's accounts to get, updates from teachers potentially, or even the school report cards and so on and so forth, which I know are going to be sent directly to the parents now. But to ask a parent to all of a sudden try to log in with an 8 character password, now I have to figure out what the 8 character password was before because it expired, and now I have to create a new 12 password. It's going to cause a lot of extra work for our IT desks. So when will this happen? The changeover.
So to the chair, to Trustee Pascucci's question, the password will need to happen as soon as possible because of the fact that currently right now it does leave the school board itself vulnerable to cyber attacks. The password policies that we do currently have are set within a specific frequency. And I believe it's typically about 90 days for staff and students to constantly keep changing the password and cycling through.
Yeah, I usually find out whenever I can't get my emails on my phone anymore that it's time for me to change my password. So I guess notification will be going out because obviously students and staff are part of the network, so they get the update whenever they try to log into their Microsoft screen or whatever it is, their system. But as trustees, we don't receive that information until we try to get an email, or I'm trying to log into, well, before when it was Zoom meetings for parent councils, I couldn't get my login details to the Google Meet because I couldn't get into my computer, into my phone. So I guess when will it be rolled out that everybody has to change it?
So again, to the chair, the password policies are currently in place for everybody's accounts as to as to when they did change your password. So it will not be rolled out immediately to everybody in one time. As passwords expire, I guess you can call it attrition. Okay. They will be forced to change it to the new password policy.
And that's fine. And I just trying to figure out.
As another note, with the Microsoft accounts, the other area of vulnerability we have there is those same user accounts that are used to log on to Microsoft are actually forward external facing. Okay. Hence the extra level of vulnerability, which is why we're trying to get in front of it.
All right, thank you. As I said, I just want to make sure that everybody gets fair warning, unlike us trustees who don't hook up to the system very often. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Pascucci. Any other questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, Mario.
Trustee Mario Pascucci. Yeah.
To go back to the idea of changing passwords, do we not have the function to say your password will expire in 3 days, 6 days, 100 days, whatever?
So to the chair.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Oh,
Sorry,
go ahead, Daniel.
I'm sorry, Alfredo, you kind of moved on my screen, so you weren't where you were before, so I thought for some reason you may have been kicked out, but you are right there, so
Okay.
go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Danny. So to the chair, typically on a board laptop, if you are on it, Trustee Pescucci, you should be getting a message there saying your password will expire over the next, few days on a regular notice. Now, when it comes to staff members using their cloud access, so to speak, I believe they do, but I will have to take that one back with me just to confirm. But,
Where I'm coming from,
To the chair, Alfredo. Do you have to be on VPN if you're working off-site in order for that message to come?
Typically, yes. To the chair, yes.
well, let's say I go to, if I may, through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to Florida for vacation. I'm not, but I go to Florida for vacation. And it goes down when I'm in Florida. What do I do?
I'm sorry, Trustee Pescucci, can you repeat that?
Yes, no problem. I'll repeat. I'm in Florida on vacation, and I don't have a VPN or whatever. I just plug into my local condo email internet, and then the thing says you need new code. What do I do?
So to the chair, we have our, so long as it's within the regular business hours as well too, we have the service desk staff that's available to take those calls. There's a 1-800 number that the service desk does have as well too.
Can you provide
and
that?
they would be able to assist on it.
So through the chair, or you call me. That's the other, and we
what
fix
is
that.
very frustrating, like, for example, I was down for 2 weeks, and then and this was in July of this year, I think it was July, whatever. 1 week, 2 weeks, I was down, and all of a sudden, I wasn't getting emails. And then all of a sudden, when I get back into Toronto, here comes this backlog, bang, 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 bang. As you're landing, your phone's ringing like crazy. And I want to get away from that. I mean, the fact of the matter is that I go in, it should just tell me I got emails or I don't have emails. I know I'm being a bit difficult on this, but it's very frustrating, especially when you're trying to communicate.
Through the chair, I mean, there might be two separate issues here. So if we talk about the board issued laptops just for 1 second, I think as a general rule of thumb and a common practice, I would suggest that that trustees log on to the VPN every once in a while, because there's items that get pushed out, right? There's security updates that get pushed out, there's software updates that get pushed out, and it also updates your credentials, as well as every once in a while provides you with an update as to where you are, because I think it's 15 days, Alfredo. It's, your password will expire in 50 or 10 days, and it just counts down. So as long as you log on with your board issued laptop, your security updates will be provided, your program updates, your Microsoft Office updates, all of that will happen. If you're not on the network, whether in the board office on the network or through the VPN, it's impossible to push those out to your devices. Yeah. With regards to the phones, depending on if you're traveling, we just have to make sure that your roaming feature is on, because if your roaming feature is not on, then you're not going to receive an email until such time as you come back into the province. So there may be two separate issues happening there.
I'm going to go there in half a second. I mean, I respect what you guys are going through with an operation of 10 to 11,000 individuals. I mean, the best of times, you got a lot of equipment out there, including the students, and we're trying to run this place efficiently, and we are running it efficiently. And thank you very much, Alfredo. Thank you, Daniel. But I mean, from my perspective as a trustee, I think it was coined perfectly a few minutes ago, saying we don't work like you do in terms of we're not there. We are distant from the board. So anything you can send us, I'd appreciate if you can send us, let's say, a help sheet or help card, local phone numbers and all that kind of stuff, because you can get the 1-800 number would be great. Thank you, Alfredo. But I don't know what else other services we have that can help us. So, but anyway, Daniel, Alfredo, like we get that telephone card, you can give us that information, we appreciate it. But I'm not going to take away from your hard work that you guys have done, and I respect and I thank you for that. I really, really do. I know how hard it is. Regarding the cell phone, I don't want to labor this issue. We can talk offline on that one, and maybe I'll learn how to use a cell phone out of the country. But one question I have to ask is, if I'm getting on a plane and I say, "Oh my goodness, I didn't turn on the thing there, the long distance, whatever you call it, online," go into airplane mode or whatever. What do I do to make sure I don't get charged? Because I know in the past we used to be able to buy packages, but not any longer.
through the chair, I can start and I'll Alfredo. So there's packages built into our system now, the Roam Like Home packages. So as long as you have roaming on, your feature, the roaming on features on your phone, where regardless of where you touch down, as soon as you touch down and it pings a tower, your Roam Like Home kicks in. If you have roaming off, the Roam Like Home does not kick in.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. Again, thank you, Alfredo. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bria.
Trustee Piscucci. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Second motion on page 466 in the original agenda, or 439 on the revised agenda, reads that the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that policy 4.75, acceptable network use and security, be approved and enacted as amended. Someone like to move? Trustee Luz Del Rosario, thank you. Any, thanks, thank you, Trustee De Silva. Trustee Luz Del Rosario already moved. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Okay. We're the last one. We move on to item H11. So it starts on page 498 of your original agenda and 471 on the revised agenda. And I think I saw Associate Director Del Bianco do a little happy dance there. New policies, cybersecurity, I guess is going to be presented by Associate Director Del Bianco, hence the dance. Back to you, Director Mazzarato.
Thank you, and I ask for receipt before Associate Director Del Bianco presents.
I move.
Thank you. Trustee Thomas has moved it. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Back to you, Associate Director Del Bianco.
Thank you. And through the chair, once again, Alfredo is still here with us, and he'll help us navigate any of the technical questions associated with this brand new policy that involves cybersecurity. There's been a real push, and I think we've seen it through the course of COVID and how our network has been used by not only our students, staff, administrators, teachers, everybody, that there's a concerted effort from the province, Ministry of Education on down to make sure that we have a secure network and we have a cybersecurity framework and a policy in place. So in front of trustees this evening, is a brand new policy, a brand new cybersecurity policy. It applies to all staff, all students, volunteers, anybody entering the system or accessing our network. And it aims to take action to mitigate current or evolving cyber threats. There's a bit of a framework that's attached in the GAP. If I believe it's on, if I'm going to reference the old GAP, it's on, or I'm sorry, the old agenda, it's on page 503. There's a number of objectives of the policy that touch on cybersecurity, which we're all very familiar with, online safety, which is a current and always emerging threat with regards to safe practices for accessing online, as well as digital privacy, which I believe we spoke about earlier on, and you heard that from Superintendent Strong and Manager McKinnon. There's also a number of deliverables with regards to cyber protection, a governance model. So what we have to do now, in a nutshell, is as opposed to, and Alfredo and I have had experience with this in the last couple of years, as opposed to reacting to threats as they come at us, it's putting a structure in place and putting a model in place so that if there is a threat, we know who to speak to, what to do, and there's a proper chain of discussion and a proper group that we speak to, right? So if it's a threat with regards to our email system, we know what the team is that we need to address it. We know how that communication flows out, and we know who's impacted and what the next steps are. So what this policy does, in a nutshell, is provide the framework for putting those structures into place. And we've learned a lot the last couple of years. As you can imagine, when you have 70,000+ students that are all online, all staff are online, everybody's accessing it. There's Google Classrooms. There's a lot of points, and school boards are considered soft targets because, unlike some of the other private industries that have very, 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 very robust security networks, we have a fantastic one led by Alfredo, of course, but we have to make sure that we have the policy in place and the structures in place so that if there is a threat, it's identified. or even if it's proactively looking at future threats, we have a structure in place to continue to monitor that. And that's what this policy and associated gap tries or does it address. So Fredo, I'm not sure if I've missed anything.
Nope, that's you got everything covered there for them. Thank you, Dan.
So for consideration this evening is the approval of the policy and related gap, and Alfredo and I are both here to address any questions should trustees have any.
Thank you, Associate Director Del Bianco, and of course, Alfredo. Any questions? So seeing no questions, second motion on page 499 of your original agenda and page 472 on the revised agenda, that the Board of Bylaw Policies Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that the new policy, cybersecurity, be approved and enacted as amended. Would someone like to move this motion? Trustee Bruno Iannica, thank you. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. So we have no notices of motion, no additional business. So we are now on item K, questions asked of and by trustees. And I can start a speaker list.
Question, Madam Chair, Mario.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, Trustee Mario Piscucci, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I know it's really late. Through you to the director, further to a conversation that we had, or a discussion we had, a brief discussion we had at the last board meeting when I brought up the issue regarding children children with differing needs want to become part of teams and things of that nature. Could you just give me an update, a verbal update, Madam Director? Short would be fine, just to give me an update of what's happening so I communicate back to the family.
Through the chair, I'd like to defer to Associate Director Amaral, but that was turned over to Spec Ed to look into.
That's very nice. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the question, Trustee Piscucci. And through the chair, we're still examining various avenues that we can go to address the question. So it's a work in progress still.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Piscucci. Any other questions? Okay. Hearing no other questions, I'm at the end of the speaker list. Item L, we do not have any declared interest items. So at this time, I need a motion to move in camera. Trustee Ana Da Silva, thank you. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. So to our members of the public, you'll see a screen indicating that we've moved into in-camera sessions. So if you choose not to wait for us to report afterwards, we thank you for joining us in the meeting this evening. And to our trustees, you'll be receiving an invite, which I believe you need to click on when you see it on your screen.
Right, through the chair, I believe we were all back
in. Okay. We discussed in camera 2 items, revised policy number 28 and letter to the Bishop Camilleri. So that's a 2 item we discussed in camera. So it's somebody want to move?
Mr. Chairman, before we move, good question. Did you want to put down Mr. Camilleri's or his name, or just want to put down personnel?
Bishop Camilleri?
Yeah. Marianne, what you're thinking?
Through the chair, we're in public session now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So move by Bruno. Anybody oppose? It's carried. Okay. We are back to you.
Okay, thank you. Motion to adjourn tonight's meeting at 11:48 p.m. Moved by Trustee Ana Da Silva. Thank you. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Thank you, everyone from the public who joined us this evening.
Yeah.